the electoral district. It goes on to say that no electronic tabulated machine moved from the place identified for the counting of votes until all ballots for that district have been counted and the provisions of Section 69 have been fulfilled. When the ballots in an electoral district have been counted for both the single-member electoral district and the island-wide district, the electronic tabulated machine and papers shall be transported to such other place identified by the supervisor of elections. I believe there is a requirement in the law to save the ballot papers for a specified period of time in the event that they are what are called election petitions. In other words, if a candidate, invariably the losing candidate, feels and has evidence that things untoward have gone on in an election, the law allows for an election petition to be lodged before the High Court judge. And then it goes on to say, subject to subsection 9, the candidates or the agents are entitled to accompany the electronic tabulated machine and documents referred to in subsection 2 to the place identified for the counting of votes and subsequently to such other place identified by the supervisor of elections. Where the conveyance, that would mean the car, the truck, the van, the bus, where the conveyance carrying the electronic tabulated machines cannot comfortably accommodate more than one polling agent or candidate, a polling clerk and a police officer shall accompany the electronic tabulated machines. The polling agent or agents and candidates shall, if they so desire, be allowed to follow the conveyance carrying the electronic tabulated machines in a separate conveyance in convoy. So the act, that is section 68, very long, very detailed, very prescriptive. It leaves no room for making it up. And as we look on this screen, we can see in Bethel Hall, district number 5, the election officials meticulously and diligently going through all the steps that the act mandates that they do.
Certainly, Carlisle, and thank you very much for that, sticking to the letter of the law there, the Election Act 2019.
As amended.
As amended, and that is so important. And we're still looking at our screen here, and we're seeing what is happening at the Bethel Methodist Church there in North Hill. And as Carlisle was speaking, in South Hill, I beg your pardon, they were going through the entire, just as he laid it out, this is what we are actually seeing on the screen at this time. Again, we are bringing you live coverage. We're waiting for the results, the official results of the polling, from the advanced polling yesterday and also from the general polling today in the 2025 general election. We have a number of social media platforms with us in Anguilla, the government of Anguilla, Central Electoral Office, both Facebook and YouTube. A YouTube channel, I understand, is coming through quite nicely, getting some good reports on the YouTube channel. Still having some issues on the Facebook page. So the folks from DITES are working with us to get that cleared up for you. We want to have everything for you in good sound and quality, good broadcast quality here. Carlisle Rogers, as I said, is with me this time around for the coverage tonight, and we are certainly looking forward to that. Carlisle, we did mention, and someone just suggested to me, was asking me, the total number of registered voters. I think it's just over 12,000 and a bit registered voters as per the official voter register. And they also pointed out to me the population of Anguilla is 14,598. And I know that raises a question immediately, but we will get to that. We'll unpack some of that a little later on in the broadcast. But just getting back to what triggered or set off this whole discussion and debate and about the elections being the governor's statement of May the 29th, 2024. And I read snippets of it for you, quoting directly from the governor's statement on elections. And that really set the stage for where we are today, having gone through the process, the advanced poll yesterday for police officers, nurses, doctors, EMTs, via officers, persons who are physically challenged, and persons 70 years and over. And then today having that the general voting. And of course, we had that very interesting statement, a very urgent press release coming out from the Supervisor of Elections, Rodney Ray, on the 24th of February, in which the Supervisor of Elections basically put out a statement that persons who had applied and received advance voter cards on Monday, the 24th, will not or were not permitted to vote in the advance polls on Tuesday. Late registration is not permitted under Section 63, subsection 2 of the Elections Act 2019 as amended. However, Mr. Ray said at the time, on Monday, persons who had applied to be registered to vote on the 24th, registered on Monday the 24th, will have the right to vote in the general elections, which was today. But any persons who registered between the 29th of January and the 10th of February for advance voting were not allowed, but they can still vote on the, were not allowed.
No, were allowed.
And are not allowed and can still vote early on Tuesday. Those were the ones that fitted inside the stipulated period, okay. But those noted. On the outside, late registration, yes, were not allowed. And he sincerely apologized for the confusion and any inconvenience this change.
To err is human, to forgive is divine.
I know that has become a very hot topic, talking point, but we will await more on that. I'm sure we're going to hear more on that as we go along. Even after this general election, that certainly will continue. But Mr. Ray came out, said he acted wrongly and inadvertently, and apologized for his error in judgment, not following this letter, as you indicated, Carlisle. Not necessarily the spirit, but the letter of the Election Act 2019 as amended. But the governor's piece there, as I said, set that stage, and it created a lot of talking points. Many talking issues came out of it, in which he cited it has been estimated that 40% of voters on the list, that is the voters list, reside abroad or in neighboring islands. And she was aware, she said, that the practice of Anguillians living overseas and returning to vote is a practice that has occurred for many years, and also that many Anguillians resident overseas make a significant contribution to Anguilla. Nonetheless, these independent reports, that is from the CPA and also from the Anguilla Independent Citizens Organization, raised questions about the integrity of the voters register that can't be ignored. Not my words, those of Julia Crouch, the governor of Anguilla. Carlisle?
Thanks, Keith. Yes, there's an awful lot to unpack from that. Let me begin by saying to err is human, to forgive is divine. Mr. Ray obviously admitted an error was made, and it speaks not to any issues with Mr. Ray per se, but to the strict nature in which election law has been written and interpreted by courts. So Mr. Ray openly indicated that he thought he had a discretion under the Act, and the Act did not allow for that. For example, on nomination day, the Act specifies the hours during which nomination must occur and where. 10 to, I think, 1 and 2 to 4.
Correct.
Any nominations occurring outside of those time windows would be invalid and subject to legal challenge. So that just goes to the point that when it comes to election law, Parliament in its wisdom set down the rules and spelled them out as if you were teaching a child, no disrespect to anybody because they apply to all voters and the entire country, and that's how it is done. And so, lesson learned, and we move on from there. Now, with regards to the perennial controversy concerning overseas voters, I've been hearing that this debate since about 1980, 1981. People have different views on them. The argument against overseas voters is that people living abroad, living their fancy lives, that's the phrase we used to say, living their big lives abroad, coming home for a day, voting, and then going back and leaving us here to live with the consequences of a decision that they have made for us. On the other hand, they argue that they contribute to Anguilla's development. They send remittances home, I suppose. They make investments here. They visit during times of national strife. They use their diaspora associations to raise funds, for example, APNE and so forth. And therefore, why shouldn't they be allowed to come home to vote? On a night like this, while we may comment, it is not the time nor place to debate the merits or demerits of either side. Because I do believe that after the conclusion of this exercise, irrespective of who wins, the British government, through the office of the governor, is going to take necessary steps to address this.
Yes, I certainly believe that as well.
And so it may lead to an open debate. It may lead to, well, obviously it has to lead to legislative changes. And some argue that perhaps you say that, okay, if you're living from outside of Anguilla more than 10 years, then your name comes off the list after that.
I've heard that.
But currently on the list, I'm sure there are people who left Anguilla, and I know one person, a family member, who left Anguilla in 1989 and whose name is still on the list. 1989 is 36 years ago. So those arguments are there for everybody to engage in. Every Anguillian would have a family member who falls into this particular category, and some sort of consensus position also has to be arrived at. Then we have the other issue of naturalized Anguillians, meaning people who are not native, people who don't even have any Anguillian ancestry, Caribbean people, European people, Americans, who have come here either through time spent living or through having a spouse. They become naturalized, they become voters. Then they move on to another country. You know, I was told a case of a Jamaican, full Jamaican, came here. I don't know if she got her Anguillian rights by being here for 15 years or through having a spouse. She then left Anguilla, lives in the United Kingdom, and came back home to vote. That adds another dimension. Dimension, because this person, not of Anguillian ancestry, so no bloodlines here, either ancestral or true descent, now lives in the United Kingdom. Should that person be allowed to come home to vote? Yeah. Decide for the people of Anguilla who will remain here, who enters the Executive Council chamber sometime next week, and then hops on an Air France or KLM or American or Virgin flight and goes back to live her happy life in the United Kingdom. All interesting points, all debatable points, but on this night, when we are observing the count for the most consequential election in Anguilla's history, from settlement and European colonization in 1650 up to now, I would say that this is not the time nor place to come to a final conclusion or decision on that vexing topic.
That topic is certainly will not go away. It will continue. It will come up for further debate. But I quite agree with you there, Carlisle. All right, we are standing by. It's coming up now on what? Just about 7:33. I was told that the count could get underway maybe around 8:30 or thereabouts. All the electronic machines and the officials will come here to the House of Assembly where we are doing the broadcast at this time. In fact, we are occupying the space normally allocated to the Speaker, Honorable Speaker of the House. We've been given that area because in the main hall where the legislators sit, that would be very, very full with the electronic machines and all the staff, the election observers. So we've been kicked into the back, but they provided us with all the means, all the tools necessary, very large television screen, internet service, and we hope, as I said, that you're hearing us in fine quality. We have got a lot to unpack for you, looking at the historicals, going back, as I said, from 1972. In fact, Carlisle has some information he'll be sharing with you very quickly, and we need to do this speedily so that we provide that information while we wait. But just to let you know that in the 2025 general election, we had 34 candidates from 3 political parties, the incumbent, the APM, the AUF, both fielding 11 candidates, 7 in the districts and 4 at-large candidates. We also have the Anguilla Reliable Team fielding just 7 candidates, and we had 5 independent candidates. 11 seats at stake, 7 districts and 4 at large, and that's what we have here in Anguilla. The 2 other seats being the seats occupied by the Attorney General and the Deputy Governor, making the final count there in the House of Assembly 13, and of course we have the Speaker in the chair. But Carlisle, just looking back, and then this is some interesting research we came across, done by our very own Colville L. Petty, who served as Supervisor of Elections here in Anguilla for a very long time, the longest serving Supervisor of Elections in Anguilla, serving from 1987 until 2013, and he penned a very interesting piece called A Brief History of the Electoral Process in Anguilla, and this was featured in some information I dug up, and Carlisle has some as well, an extract from the work of Mr. Petty, in which he gave us a sense of going back to the whole movement towards the democratization of political process in, as it was then, the presidency of St. Kitts, Nevis, and Anguilla. And he said that this did not occur until 1933. In fact, he took us down the road where he went back to the reintroduction of elective principle, and he said this was suspended by St. Kitts, the legislature in St. Kitts, way back in 1877, when it opted for pure crown colony government. And then we had the 1930s. We know about the 1930s and the challenges in the various Caribbean islands, the uprisings and so on and so forth. Then we went into the war, the Second World War, and then after that now coming into, and I'll be providing you with some historical data. I shared lots of this with you in 2020, but I'll be pressing a lot of it starting with the election in 1972. But Carlisle, you had something that you picked up as well in those very early days, going back to the early 1930s, and I'm sure you'd want to share that with our listeners and viewers.
Yes, but before I do that, I just want to wrap up on the issue of residency and overseas voters, because I got a message from a learned King's Counsel, and when a King's Counsel sends you a message as a member of the bar, a junior member of the bar, both in terms of age and ranking, one is to pay heed. Yes, and you did mention the ruling in 2020 of Justice Innocent as to what residency means.
Yes, that was clearly stated by, and I did in fact allude to that.
Yes.
At the start of my
did.
broadcast, and I'm seeing now the info coming from the learned King's Counsel.
King's Counsel, yes. Justice Innocent stated and gave his view that insofar as Section 43(1)(c), this would be Section 43(1)(c) of the Anguilla Constitution, utilizes the term residence This must mean that the person registered in that district must have a permanent and settled presence in that electoral district. The meaning to be ascribed to the term residence used in the statute means exactly what it says. The person must be physically resident in that district as opposed to having some transient purpose. This would be the requirement to be registered and therefore to be able to vote. The question always then becomes what happens if the person then moves? And this is where the whole issue of the overseas voters comes in. However, I think one of the reasons why we have this mess in Anguilla, unlike in other jurisdictions, of course, St. Kitts being the one with which I'm most familiar for reasons that many people may know, we, the political parties, I lay the blame for the inflated nature, if one wants to use that phraseology for the voters list, squarely at the feet of the political parties because they are supposed to be objecting. The Election Act provides for objections on a quarterly basis. So if you know that somebody has left here, it is up to you when the preliminary quarterly list comes out, it is up to you to file an objection. The law sets out the basis on which this can be done and the procedure that the supervisor of elections must take. However, between each election for the next 5 years, the politicians and the parties do nothing. And then when an election comes up, then all of the noise about stopping the overseas voters raises its ugly head. So the law allows for this matter to be dealt with. And it's mainly, well, I believe the supervisor has the power to remove persons as well. However, you then have to give the person an opportunity. Due process, natural justice will demand that the person be heard. It's a lengthy process, yes, but if the parties over the decades had been doing this, we wouldn't have a list where, according to Her Excellency, 40% of the persons on the list do not reside in Anguilla. So the High Court has already ruled on what residence means, and so I suppose we can move on from there. But as I indicated, when a King's Counsel gives an opinion, it is worth paying attention. Keith.
And the King Council has suggested to us and has stated to us that the overseas voters, that in his opinion, they are prohibited from voting by the Constitution, and it's not a debatable matter, as the High Court has ruled. Justice Innocent, in that case involving Jerome Roberts versus Rodney Ray in his office as Supervisor of Elections back in 2019, 2020, as it was, yes, in the order, and it's in fact an order given by Justice Innocent, which is still the law.
The holding law in
Anguilla,
yes,
as of the 16th of March of 2020.
And I believe it is unappealable.
Unappealable, that is correct. So we are grateful to the King's Counsel for his learned advice there to us. But we've been basically saying that, I've been saying that it's a matter that you're going to hear some more of. As I said, we do not have the time here, or this is not the place, as you quite rightly said, for that debate. But clearly, you could see some things coming up from out of that. All right, you wanted to get into that piece, but in no way I should add that we were making light of that very, very important matter. And it's something I brought up very early in the broadcast. Yes, Carlisle, you wanted to look at some historical, going back to 1877, the 1930s, 40s, and then I'll segue into looking at all the elections held in Anguilla right up to 2020, starting back in 1972, and the various outcomes and the various political machinations and all the ingenuity going into elections here in Anguilla right up to today.
Well, as is the case, no history can be discussed in the context of Anguilla without mentioning Mr. Colville Petty.
Yes.
We owe him an immeasurable debt for his research. I'm going to be reading some excerpts from a lecture I believe he gave in 2002. The title was Electoral Reform in Anguilla, and he titled it, Unless it is necessary to change, it is unnecessary to change, quote unquote. Petty noted historian noted that our history tells us that with the formation of the legislative union between St. Kitts and Anguilla in 1825, Act number 21 of 1825, Anguilla was allowed to elect a representative to sit in the House of Assembly in St. Kitts. The act stipulated that to be eligible for election and to be able to participate in the electoral process, a person had to be a 21-year-old white male and a Christian who owned at least 5 acres of land in fee simple or a house or building of the yearly value of £10. Shut out from the electoral process were free coloreds, free blacks, females, and the mass of black slaves and non-Christian. Petty also noted that this legislative union resulted in the disbandment of the Anguilla Council and its replacement under the provisions of the Vestry Act 1827 by a system of local government known as the Vestry. Section 1 of the Act said in part, quote, it shall be lawful to constitute in the island of Anguilla a vestry consisting of 12 respectable white inhabitants who shall be freeholders, being each a Protestant and having attained the age of 21 years, unquote. For the purpose of holding local elections, the island was divided into 3 electoral districts. Spring Division, which I believe from my own research was in the east, Road Division, which was in the west, and Valley Division, which common sense would indicate had to be here in the valley. The Vestry Act was modified in 1846 and extended the right to sit on the vestry and the right to vote to all 21-year-old black men, provided they met the requisite property qualifications. I'll stick a pin here.
Yes, stick a pin, yes.
And turn to the screen. We are seeing that the election officials, this looks again like Road North, Bethel Methodist Church.
Yes.
The election officials are lifting the voting machines in the full glare of cameras,
yes,
full transparency, into a van to deliver them by conveyance to the House of Assembly to begin the count. This is taking place in Road North. So Road North has finished, Road North has wrapped up, and Vox Populi, Vox Dei, the voice of the people is the voice of God, and this is the voice that all the candidates in district number 5 and elsewhere are awaiting, and what is happening in Road North is also taking place in all the remaining 6 electoral districts.
All right, you may continue, Carl.
So just to move on with this excellent research that Mr. Petty has come up with, which I am putting into the public record for future generations to assess and develop on. Petty noted the Vestry Act was modified in 1846 and extended the right to sit on the vestry and the right to vote to all 21-year-old black men, provided they met the requisite property qualifications. Obviously, that would be owning 5 acres of land in fee simple or a house or a building of the yearly value of £10. It goes on to say, after emancipation in 1834, it was no longer legally possible to prevent black people the right to vote on the basis of skin color. Petty noted, and let's stick a pin here, it looks as if there is movement. We can see the police vehicle,
yep,
and the feed has now gone. I suppose for security purposes, they don't wish to show that, which is fully understandable. But the bottom line is that common sense dictates that we all know that the ballot boxes in Road North are on their way to the House of Assembly chambers, where the count is to occur as set out and specified and laid down in as prescriptive a detail as possible in the Election Act. Pettit goes on to note that local election came to an end in 1883 when the St. Kitts Nevis legislature passed an ordinance to repeal certain acts and ordinances relating to the island of Anguilla and to make other provisions in lieu thereof, quote unquote. It was this ordinance which repealed the Vestry Acts of 1846 and 1867 and placed responsibility for the day-to-day administration of Anguilla in the hands of a district magistrate. In addition to denying Anguillians the semblance of any political institutions of their own, the ordinance also repealed the 1825 Act, that is Act number 21 of 1825, which allowed them to send a representative to the legislature in St. Kitts. The 1883 ordinance left Anguilla without local government and with no right of representation in the St. Kitts legislature. It left Anguilla with no political institutions of any kind. So as we look at election results tonight, we must bear in mind that our history was one where what we are about to observe had been shut out for decades in previous times.
So let me just segue now into preparation for elections under the Anguilla administration order. The commissioner, after consultation with the Anguilla Council, enacted the Anguilla Council Elections Ordinance 1972 to provide for and regulate the elections. The ordinance made several amendments to the Constitution and Elections Ordinance contained in the revised edition of the laws of St. Christopher, Nevis, and Anguilla, prepared under the authority of the revised edition of the laws Ordinance 1959 to suit Anguilla's circumstances. It created new electoral districts as follows: 1, Island Harbor; 2, Sandy Hill; 3, Valley North; 4, Valley South; 5, Road North; 6, Road South; and 7, West End, and fixed the voting age at 18 years. You remember Carl, I indicated 21, I think it was then.
Yes.
So it was now fixed back in 1972 to 18 years of age and upwards. And the first election under the Anguilla administration order were held on the 24th of July, 1972. And I'll take you there. Those elections were held on that date, 24th of July, 1972. And the People's Progressive Party won 6 of the 7 seats. And its leader, the Honorable James Ronald Webster, the father of the nation, became the chair of the council. Mr. Webster was later appointed as the first chief minister shortly before the 1976 elections. I should add, by way of background, based on information from research, that in 1971, the British government had taken over direct rule of Anguilla due to disputes over the island remaining part of St. Christopher, Nevis, and Anguilla Federation. The Anguilla Council was created with 7 members elected from single-member constituencies, as it was said then, to now what we have, the districts, and up to 6 nominated members. And in that election, there was just 1 independent candidate. The People's Progressive Party, led by the Honorable James Webster, won 6 seats out of a total of 8. We had total votes then of 1,457, and the number of registered voters at the time, back in 1972, was 3,105. And the voter turnout at that time in 1972 was 46.92%. And this is taken from some information quoted by Caribbean Elections. Carlisle?
We are now looking at, again, I believe this is Road North. We are looking at a live feed of the ballot papers coming from Bethel Methodist Church Hall to the House of Assembly. Someone sent me a post indicating that I should tell those who are criticizing us for talking, that we can't bring results, to stop talking and bring the results.
You might just want to clear that up for persons that we are actually waiting.
To those, I will use the terminology that the person who sent me a message referred to you as. You can use your imagination to indicate what words were used. We cannot bring results that do not exist.
Correct.
If we had results, we would have brought them. No results are in. We are educating the public as to the process, and you are at liberty to criticize us and object as you see fit, or better yet, you can turn off your feed as you see fit. But as long as we are here being asked by the state to bring coverage of the results, we will continue, and you are, of course, entitled to your views. I'll say no more to address you or use or whoever on that particular point.
And as we continue, Carl, I thank you. Someone is saying here, I'm just looking at the message, that Carlisle should tell the people that those decisions were made by the White Panther caste, and I think he said that. And don't forget that Anguilla delayed independence in 1969, and Britain invaded and conquered Anguilla. That's a comment coming there from someone on my feed, on my social media
feed. Nobody tells Carlisle anything. It is my task this evening to give commentary, to give advice. If people want to message me certain points, I may take them up, but I'm not here to engage in a debate, and certainly not a shouting match or a cussing competition on a night of national importance, such as this.
So importantly, we have the first recognized elections in Anguilla, 1972. We moved to 1976, where the general elections were held in Anguilla on the 15th of March. And from my research, it seems that elections have traditionally been held in that February, March,
April, May June.
time frame, June. So the 76 elections were held on the 15th of March. The result was victory for the People's Progressive Party, again led by the late Honorable James Ronald Webster, and they won 6 of the 7 seats in the House of Assembly in 1976. These elections were the first to be held under a new constitution, which provided for legislative assembly with 7 elected members, 2 appointed members, and 3 ex officio members, the 3 being the Attorney General, the Chief Secretary, and the Financial Secretary. And of course, we had the Speaker. The People's Progressive Party won 6 of the seats, Independents 1, and there were 2 appointed members, 9. Total votes in 76, 2,725. Registered voters, 3,802. And the voter turnout then in 1976 was 71.67%. That was 76. So we've gone to 76. We moved quickly to the 1980 general election. As we await, we are looking on the screen, and we are looking at a van purportedly transporting the electronic voting machines on their way to the Anguilla House of Assembly. So as we wait,
and
we can see clearly.
The van is, well, I would say 5 minutes away. That is the George Hill main road that we are looking at. There's going to be, I think, the Lotus Chinese right there, exactly, Lotus right across there. So within 5 minutes,
it should be here.
Road North will be in the House of Assembly. We have no information as to where the ballots for the remaining districts are. We can assume that they too are on their way, but we are grateful for this kind person, this kind election official, to be providing video imagery of the ballot boxes being delivered to the House of Assembly as mandated by the Election Act for the count to occur.
So, the 1980 general elections in Anguilla were held on the 28th of May. The result was a victory for the Anguilla United Movement, which won 6 of the 7 seats in the House of Assembly. The Anguilla United Movement, 6 seats. The Anguilla National Alliance, ANA, had 1 seat. There were 2 appointed members. Total votes then in 1980 was 2,777. Registered voters, 3,508. And the turnout was 79.6. The elections of 1981, Carlisle, you must have been familiar with that, the 81 elections.
Yes, what I remember about the 1981 election is that it happened so close to the 1980 election. And I believe that was the one where I believe the late, great James Emmanuel Watkins Hodge purportedly, but I was only 9 years old in 1981, and I like to tell people I was a proper child, so I wasn't going to political meetings at age 9. That's not to imply that young children going to political meetings, that there's anything wrong with it. But in those days, little children didn't go to political meetings. But I was told that Mr. Hodge was so well known in Valley North, said that I am Wako, you know me. I think he had one meeting, and of course he basically swept the polls. That may have been either the 1980 or the 1981. And as we look on the monitor keep, the ballots for Road North are within the precincts. That's the tree there to the right, sorry, to the left, the police station, HMP, are within the precincts of the House of Assembly. Road North making it in as the first district to deliver, as mandated by law under Election Act, the ballot papers. And they are papers, despite the fact that it is electronic, to the House of Assembly. We can see supporters, I would imagine, from either side sitting around. We can see the massive screen there that is next to the magistrate's court, a police officer, and the van will likely back up, go towards the step, and deliver the ballot papers. We see that is Erica Edwards, returning officer for District number 5.
All right.
So Road North is in. We await the remaining districts.
Right. So we continue with in 1981, early general elections were held on the 22nd of June. The result was a victory for the Anguilla People's Party, which won 5 of the 7 seats in the House of Assembly. Yet again, O'Neill Evans and Houghton Smith were appointed as the nominated members. The Anguilla National Alliance won 2 seats, and we had 2 appointed members. That was in 1981. We moved to the elections of 1984, general election held here in Anguilla. And the early general elections were held in Anguilla on the 9th of March, 1984. The result was a victory for the Anguilla National Alliance, which won 4 of the 7 seats in the House of Assembly. Chief Minister, the late Honorable Father of the Nation, Ronald Webster, lost his seat. Interestingly,
that was the first example of what I have termed a decapitation strike. Keith, just to point out that the ballots for District number 5 are here. They are outside the House of Assembly chambers. You're looking at a live feed. You just saw Erica Edwards, returning officer, going to the House of Assembly chambers. For those interested in where we are not in the House of Assembly chambers. We have been given a space in the Speaker's office. Perhaps this is the closest I will ever get to the Speaker chair. Well, her chair is right there.
Her chair is right there, that's correct.
His chair is right there. I'm quite satisfied not being in the Speaker's chair, but I've been blessed with the privilege of being we have been blessed with this privilege of being in the Speaker's office from which we are broadcasting live. So we continue to look at images of the polling machines, the electronic voting machines, in which the voice of the people of Road North is housed. Vox populi, vox Dei, Latin for voice of people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. There were 2 polling stations, and therefore there are 2 electronic voting machines. In the bottom of those machines are the paper ballots. While the results will be gleaned via the memory stick, the actual papers used this morning, used throughout the election period, are in those boxes. District 5 is in the fate of Merrick Richardson, Aristo Richardson, and Davon Carty. Their fates lie in those 2 boxes. We see Mr. Ray, Supervisor of Elections. We see Maria Hughes, Deputy Supervisor. We see the ubiquitous Lloyd Gums of Lloyd's Live in the House of Assembly. We see our IT guy. We see Mr. Clemord Gums, whose role I believe this evening will be to deal with the insertion of the memory sticks into the laptop computer, which will then generate the results. So we are getting close. Now, Keith, earlier we talked about whether or not the Act specifically provides that all of the ballot papers must be in before the count begins. I looked at it, I couldn't find it. I know that the last time I heard Mr. Ray say that they must be counted in sequence. Of course, that would mean that Island Harbor would determine when we begin. And we have no information as to where the ballot boxes from Island Harbor are. I got reports that the lines in Island Harbor were long this morning. And I had forgotten to mention this before. There was some, from what I was told, disquiet among certain voters as to the length of the line. I'm not going to be negative here. There is no need for any of that. It is what it is. But in theory, Road North is in.
Swan.
The returning officer is present. The machines are present. The memory stick or sticks are present. And in theory, but of course I'm not the supervisor of elections, and no one would dare, and I certainly wouldn't dare tell a man of Mr. Ray's esteem how to execute the work that he is paid to do. But Road North is in, Keith, and we await the other 6.
Yes, we certainly do. But just to get back to the 1984 elections, that was the first time the Honorable James Warnell Webster would have lost his party.
Sorry, Keith, I wanted to say, yes, that was the first example of a decapitation strike on the leader of a party and the incumbent chief minister. We then had a second decapitation strike in 2010 with Mr. Banks, again losing in District 4, and then again in 2020. What the older members of the audience may remember about that 1976 to 84 period is that it used to be said that Anguillians' favorite pastimes were boating and voting. Because from 1980 to 1984, we had 3 general elections. One could argue that Mr. Webster, the father of the nation, rolled his dice 1 times too many and lost.
Yes. So
thereafter, we have had relatively stable governments from then until now, with the exception of the period 1999 to 2000, when we had 2 elections in the space of probably a year and months, definitely less than 18 months.
So there you had it in 1984. So Mr. Webster would have lost. The Anguilla National Alliance won 4 of the seats. The Anguilla People's Party of Mr. Webster 2, and there was 1 independent candidate. The number of registered voters 3,733, and Carlisle's late father, Bob Rogers and Clive Smith, were appointed as the nominated members then. That was in 1984. We look at 1989 and the general election of 89. That election was held in 1989, and the Anguilla National Alliance emerged as the largest party, winning 3 of the 7 seats in the House of Assembly. The ANA won 3 seats. The Anguilla Democratic Party won. The Anguilla United Party 2. The People's Culturation and Economy Party didn't win a seat. The Anguilla for Good Governance Party didn't win a seat. Independents 1. We had a number of registered voters, 3,701. 3,801. No, I'm sorry. Total votes, we had 3,801, and the registered voters then were 5,190, 73.2% turnout. David Carty and Claudel Romney were appointed as the nominated members then. So it was a very interesting move, the ANA winning there in 1989. How are we doing for time, Carlisle? 8:07. Mr. Ray assured me during a previous interview that by 8:30, all being well, the counting should get underway once all the voting machines are inside of the building. That's
and note, I'm glad
he is the indication too.
Yes, I'm glad you indicated the little caveat there.
Yeah.
assuming all the voting machines are in. Well, we know it is clear for all to see that only 2 are in. Those are the 2 from Road North number 5. Polling station 1 in Road North had the surnames A to H. There were 613 voters there. And polling station 2 surnames I to Y. And there were, that probably is another 600 and something voters, because the total number of voters on the list for Road North is 1,218.
Right, so we go to the elections of March 16th, 1994, and despite a large drop in the Anguilla United Party's vote share, the loss of the Road North constituency to the Anguilla Democratic Party gave the second and third parties enough seats to form a coalition government, the first coalition government in Anguilla. Hubert Hughes of the Anguilla United Party, who had stood on a pro-independence platform, was appointed chief minister following the elections. The small Anguilla for Good Government Party replaced the Party for Anguilla's Culturalization and Economy as the fourth party, but like its predecessor, failed to win representation. The future chief minister, Osborne Fleming, held his seat of Sandy Hill as an independent. John Gomes and David Carty were nominated to be the appointed members. However, the Speaker of the House refused to swear in Mr. Carty, leaving the post unfilled. Very interesting election.
Yes, that did lead to a High Court decision where Mr. Carty was prevented from taking up his seat, all part of Anguilla's colorful political history. We are where we are. It was what it was.
So we moved to 1999, and the general elections were held on the 4th of March. As we said, that March, February period, May period seemed to be a very interesting time for elections in Anguilla. So they were held on the 4th of March, 1999. The result was a victory for the ruling coalition of the Anguilla United Party and the Anguilla Democratic Party, each winning 2 seats. The opposition Anguilla National Alliance won 3 seats. However, the coalition government lost its majority in May of 1999 upon the resignation of Victor Banks, the finance minister and leader of the Anguilla Democratic Party. And due to this collapse of the ruling coalition, fresh elections were held in 2000. Very interesting indeed. The alliance winning 3 seats, the Democratic Party 2, the Anguilla United Party 2, and we had the 2 nominated members. So very, very interesting time. That was in 1999. We are going through this very quickly. The 2000 general election. Early general elections were held in Anguilla on the 3rd of March. Here we go again, March again, 2000, after the government elected in 1999 collapsed after just 6 months. The Anguilla National Alliance, ANA, emerged as the largest party, winning 3 of the 7 seats in the House of Assembly. The ANA and the Anguilla Democratic Party had created the Anguilla United Front, the party that we have now, we now know as the Anguilla United Front, in January of 2000. And between them, the 2 parties held 4 of the 7 seats, allowing them to form the government. So that was in 2000. So you had that coalition going there together to form the new government. So that was in 2000. 2005 was the next general election we had in Anguilla, held on the 21st of February.
Pretty close to
of
this
2005.
Year.
Pretty close to this
year's election.
To elect the 7 elected seats in the House of Assembly. The Anguilla United Front, an alliance of the Anguilla National Alliance and the Anguilla Democratic Party, won the elections, retaining 4 of the elected seats. In the previous elections in 2000, the governing Anguilla United Party was defeated by a coalition of the Anguilla National Alliance and the Anguilla Democratic Party. And together, the 2 parties won 4 of the 7 elected seats, and the leader of the alliance, Osborne Fleming, became chief minister. In May 2004, the leadership of the opposition passed from Hubert Hughes, leader of the Anguilla United Movement Party, to Edison Beard, leader of the Anguilla Strategic Alliance. This came after 1 member of the House of Assembly, Albert Hughes, changed parties. So you had the movement across from one party to the next. So you had that. All right, so you had that position taken there in 2005. We come to the 2010 general election in Anguilla, and they were again held in the month of February, 15th of February, 2010. 7 seats in the House of Assembly were contested. The incumbent Chief Minister Osborne Fleming chose to retire and not stand for election. Mr. Fleming was a member of the Anguilla National Alliance, which is part of the ruling Anguilla United Front, AUF, a conservative coalition that won 4 of the 7 seats in the Assembly in 2005. The incumbent AUF was defeated, and former Chief Minister Hubert Hughes was sworn in to succeed Mr. Fleming as the Chief Minister in 2010. In fact, Mr. Petty, who was the supervisor at the time, reported that 8,652 voters were registered to vote in that election of 2010, and that marked an increase in voter registration from the 2005 general election when 7,558 people registered to vote. Electoral District 4, which includes parts of the Valley, the capital, had the largest number of registered voters in 2010 with a total of 1,789 voters. So that was in 2010. We move to 2015 quickly as we are keeping a look on the time. And the general elections were held on the 22nd of April, 2015. The result was victory for the Anguilla United Front Alliance, which won 6 of the 7 elected seats in the House of Assembly. The ruling Anguilla United movement failed to win a seat. At the time of the elections, the House of Assembly had 11 members, of which 7 were elected in a single-member constituencies and 4 were appointed. Voters had to be 18 and over, whilst candidates had to be 21. That's very important. And so we come to 2020 general election, and we had there the Anguilla Progressive Movement led by Ellis Webster winning. The elections were held on the 29th of June 2020, and due to the COVID-19 pandemic, an order in council was made to allow the election to be postponed until 11th of September at the latest. However, this was not invoked. The 13-member House of Assembly consists of the 7 members elected in the first past the post system, and the APM won the 6 of the seats in that election. We had a total vote count of turnout of 7,187. The turnout in that particular election. So we had the APM winning that election, and it was during that time, the 2020 general elections marked something of a watershed, if you like, in the conduct of elections in Anguilla, where for the very first time there were several changes. We had technology, use of modern technology, the same electronic voting machines, tabulating machines. We had the development of an online voter database, introduction of voter registration cards, introduction of electronic poll books, etc., etc., and the introduction of the single island-wide district to elect 4 candidates in addition to the 7 single-member electoral districts. That was in 2020. So we had a number of things coming into place there in 2020, Carlisle. And in fact, we had for the first time the advance poll.
Yes, we did.
Advance poll, we had something like 744 voters apply to vote in the advance poll in 2000. Interesting to know what the figure is this time around.
Well, based on what Mr. Ray indicated, which led to the little controversy that we spoke of earlier, he said in the interview he did with Lloyd's Live that in 2020 there were like 900 people. He said 900 people who registered for the advance poll, and this year there were only 500.
So, interestingly, Carlisle, that in 2020, the revised preliminary list of register of voters recorded 11,951 voters. This was an almost 10% increase over the 10,909 registered voters for the 2015 general election. Very interesting. I think this year the total is over 12,000 and a bit registered voters, according to the preliminary voters.
And of course, that is going to be commented on. I can guarantee you that is going to be commented on by the election observers, the CPA report and others, and that's going to feed into the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and it's going to feed into the Governor's Office. And I can almost guarantee you that there is going to be a move to, in essence, as some people would see it, clean up the list. Keith, while we await the beginning of the count, I wish to look at Section 70 of the Act, and I remind listeners who may tire of us that we cannot give results that do not exist. We are waiting on the results. When the results come, we will share those. Until then, you'll have to bear with us. Of course, it is your right to choose not to bear with us, but for those who are bearing with us, I wish to indicate the following. Again, as with the close of the poll, the Election Act is clear. In Section 70, it spells out in detail how the counting of the votes must occur. The section says, counting of votes, electronic voting system. Where the electronic voting system is used, the returning officer, subject to subsection 2, shall perform the duties outlined in subsection 3 after the designated pouches from every polling station within a single member electoral district have been received. The returning officer shall perform the duties outlined in subsection 3 in the presence of the candidates or agents, where a candidate is absent or unrepresented, in the presence of the other candidates or agents, and in the presence of persons authorized to be present at the counting of the votes where the candidates or his agents are absent, or where none of the candidates is represented, in the presence of at least 2 voters. Well, I can almost guarantee you that there will be more than 2 voters there.
Yes.
There will be candidates there and there will be agents. So we are not in fear of breaching any of the requirements for the count. The Act goes on to say, the duties referred to in subsection 1 are as follows. A, examine the designated pouches and the envelopes received from each polling station one at a time, ensuring that the seals of the pouches and the envelopes are securely affixed. B, examine the serial number on the security tag of each designated pouch from each polling station to ensure it matches the serial number recorded by the presiding officer at each polling station. C, count and record the number of designated pouches and envelopes received from each polling station, ensuring that all designated pouches and envelopes are accounted for in accordance with this Act. D, distribute tally sheets to not less than 2 poll clerks and 2 agents or witnesses, upon which they shall record the total votes for each candidate in the single member electoral district and the single island-wide electoral district. E, open each pouch one at a time and cause an IT technician to insert each media stick one at a time into a laptop to access the result of the poll for each electoral district. F, cause the overhead display screen linked to the laptop referred to in paragraph E to display the results of the poll for each electoral district simultaneously. And G, total the votes for each candidate in the single member electoral district and the single island-wide electoral district. So Keith, the Act doesn't allow for discretion. We now see in the House chamber 2 additional boxes. This means that another district has come in. Because we know that Road North only had 2 boxes, and we have already seen the 2 boxes for Road North. So these are 2 boxes from an additional district. We are going to try and see
what's marked on the
where
machine.
they're from. If there are 2, we know that only 2. Well, there are 3. There are 3. So this would mean there are 4.
4.
Which and I see this has to be Valley North. The returning officer, Miss Lorraine Bryan, is in the House of Assembly chamber, with four ballot, with four voting machines.
Yes.
In essence, four ballot boxes, and I know for a fact, since I voted there, that there were four polling
That there were four
stations
polling stations.
in District 3.
It's the largest,
So-
largest district.
Valley North, which is very close to the House
Valley
of
South,
Assembly.
beg your pardon. Valley
No.
South is the largest.
Yes, Valley South. But I'm saying Valley North, which is relatively close to the House of Assembly, is in the House, literally and figuratively, and we await the count. We can see election workers seated or sitting on the opposition benches per se. We can see the independent observers in their white shirts. We can see members of the general public. We can see the electoral registration officer, Mr. Rufin, who is an electoral official in the House of Assembly. I believe that is a police officer. And we await the count. Again, it would be interesting to know Mr. Ray's views because Road North is in. In theory, I believe, we could have had the results from Road North by now. We know that Valley North is in, but still no results. But I am confident and have full faith in Mr. Ray and will trust his decision on this.
And speaking about election observers, this year we did not have any international observers because of the shortness and the time the election was called and the time it would have taken to get them in here. However, we had local election observers headed by Canon Reed Simon of the Anglican Church. He led the domestic observer team, a group of non-partisan observers. I think it was about 30 that he led, and they've been out. They were out pre-election day. They witnessed the campaign, some of the stump speeches, looked at the debates and so on. And then today and yesterday, the advanced poll, they were out. So we did not have any international observers this year, but we had a local team headed by Canon Reed Simon from the Anglican Church.
Yeah,
and
I would venture to say that each polling station had an observer. I believe each polling station.
And I'm just looking at some stats here. The registered voters for this year, 2025, 12,432. I made a jotting of this off of some official document. In 2020, at little over 11,000, we had it there, 11,951 registered voters in 2020. This year, 12,432 registered voters for the 2025. This is coming off of the preliminary voters list.
And that number, in my opinion, is going to cause great consternation in the halls of the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office, given the preponderance of what some people derogatorily call tourist voters, others more charitably call overseas voters or Anguillians living overseas. I take no issue with either characterization, and on that point, I am neutral as I am on most other points, and it remains to be seen how the debate that will ensue following the conclusion of these elections turns out.
We are looking at about, according to my time here, 26 minutes after 8
Well,
o'clock.
Keith, if Mr. Ray promised
And
you
Mr.
that
Ray
the count
did tell
would
me
begin
that,
at 8:30,
but I am keeping it. I'm keeping him to his word. So,
well, you can't at
but
this
I can't
stage.
at this stage.
At this stage, Mr. Ray has broken his
right.
word because
So that
we
has
know
not,
that of the
that has not happened.
of the seven electoral districts, only two are in the House of Assembly. Road North down in South Hill, meaning where the polling station was, and Valley North over in Stoneground at the Stoneground Primary School, or properly called
The Aurelia Kelly.
the Aurelia Kelly Primary School. But when you're from Stoneground, you can't help but call it the Stoneground.
And a stony ground man
because
yourself.
because that was its name. And
All right.
we were very proud to have a school name of where we are from.
So, as we continue to provide listeners with information here on Election Night Coverage 2025, Anguilla, we had 34 candidates contesting the general election of 2025.
Indeed, we did.
3 political parties, the incumbent APM, the AUF, both fielding 11 candidates, and the the Anguilla Reliable Team, led by Curtis Richardson, fielding 7 candidates, and we have 5 independents. 11 seats at stake in the Legislative Assembly. from the 7 electoral districts and, of course, the 4 at-large
Yes.
seats. And then we had sitting in the assembly to round out the 13. The Attorney General sits in there as well, and the Deputy Governor.
Keith, if I may run through to remind our listeners of the candidates nominated as of nomination day. Nomination day was held on the 7th of February 2025, and the nominations occurred within the chamber of the House of Assembly. The sequence in which the candidates appeared on the ballot paper was linked to the first letter of their last name. So in District 1, Island Harbor, the candidates were Keith Fabian, an independent, Claude C. Smith of the Anguilla United Front, Ellis Lorenzo Webster of the Anguilla Progressive Movement, obviously the current and sitting premier, and Palmervan Webster, an independent, a former leader of the opposition in the House of Assembly between 2015 and 2020. In Sandy Hill, Cora Richardson Hodge, the Anguilla United Front, current leader of the opposition. Lennox Vanderpool of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. In Valley North, we had Courtney Morton of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Shelia Rogers of the Anguilla United Front. In Valley South, we had Deanne Kentish Rogers of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Cordell Richardson of the Anguilla United Front. In Road North, number 5, we had Devon C. Carter of the Anguilla United Front, Aristo Richardson of the Anguilla Reliable Team, Merrick Richardson, the incumbent of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. But just to double back a bit, we note that Cora Richardson Hodge is the incumbent in number 2, Sandy Hill. Shelia Rogers is the incumbent in Valley North. Deanne Kentish Rogers is the incumbent in Valley South. Moving down to Road South, we had Mary Connor. We have Mary Connor of the Anguilla Reliable Team, Hayden Austin Fort Hughes of the Anguilla Progressive Movement,
and if
who is an independent.
I may just interrupt you. I'm getting here from a source that the Island Harbor, the machines, voting machines from Island Harbor have now left the polling stations at the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School and are on their way.
That is very good news, Keith. But Mr. Ray has already broken his promise. It is 8:30, and if he counts them sequentially, beginning with Island Harbor, he cannot begin because Island Harbor has just left. I am seeing now some additional voting machines. I can see 3. No, 4.
4.
If there are 4, the only other district with 4 voting machines would be Valley South.
Yeah.
I do not recognize the returning officer for Valley South is Miss Lorraine Gums. I do not see her present there. But since there are 4 voting machines, that equates to 4 polling stations, and we can assume that that refers to Valley South because the other 4 came from Valley North.
Yes.
So Valley South is in the house, literally and figuratively, as we await Island Harbor coming down to the valley, and that's quite a distance. As of now, we do not know where Road South is. Well, we know physically where Road South is. We don't know where they are in terms of their process. We don't know where West End is in terms of its process, and we don't know where Sandy Hill is in terms of its process. But continuing the candidates in West End, we had back to Road South.
Yes.
We had Patrick Modern-Borough, the Anguilla United Front. West End, Cardigan Connor, Anguilla United Front. Kevin Pickering Myers, Anguilla Reliable Team. And Jamie D. Hodge, Anguilla Progressive Movement.
Okay. All right. So we are looking at some information there. We are trying to get some word up here from one of our technicians.
Yes.
We'll
but
just wait for that. In the
meantime, I will list for the viewers, persons tuning in, the candidates, the island-wide candidates were or are, since the results haven't come through yet, Yusuf Abdul Ali, Independent. Jason Bryan, Anguilla United Front. Marvo Duncan, Anguilla Reliable Team. Avanella Griffith, Independent. Evan Gums,
Yes.
Anguilla Reliable Team. Quincy Gums, Marie, Anguilla Progressive Movement. Lanny Hobson, Independent. Gleneva Hodge, Anguilla Progressive Movement. Kenneth M. Hodge, Anguilla Progressive Movement. Kyle Hodge, Anguilla United Front. Romel Hughes, Anguilla Reliable Team. Curtis Richardson, Anguilla Reliable Team. Evans, McNeil, Rogers, Anguilla United Front. Jose Vanterpool, Anguilla United Front. And Otlin Vanterpool, Anguilla Progressive Movement. A total of 15
And
at-large island-wide
And
candidates.
just getting word that District 7 has just landed, just came in.
Oh, so
District 7.
District 7 is
West End.
West End, and it's physically, we are told,
We're told, just
in the precincts of the House of
yeah,
Assembly,
two voting machines.
two voting machines because there were two polling
Yeah.
stations in West End.
Yeah, District 7. So, oh, two, okay.
Okay, yes, yes. Okay, good, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
just give us a
yes,
cue.
yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I misspoke when I indicated that Valley South was in. The two polling stations which were rolled in just now did not come from Valley South.
Came from.
You would remember that there were two polling stations or polling machines from Road North. Those were placed in the House chamber. The additional two that came in were from West End. So West End has come up, and we can see the screen now. To the closest, to the bottom of this,
Of the screen.
that screen, the two voting machines to the left are from Road North.
Yeah.
The two polling machines to the right are from West End. The four machines in front of the Bank of Election, all female election officials, are from Valley North. So we have three districts physically in the House. There's Mr. Clemard Gums, an IT technician. He is the one whom the Act mandates will cause to be inserted into the laptop. We can see on the table the laptop, and we can see the pouches. So we await Island Harbor. We have no news on Sandy Hill. We know where South Hill, where Road North, where Road South is physically, but we have no idea where they are in terms of their process. And we know that Valley South is down there, the Valley Primary School, but we don't know where they are in the process. But we must always remember that Valley South is the largest electoral district, keenly contested, so they know they have got to get everything right. Closest, perhaps the one that's physically closest to the house, but as the saying goes, closer to the church and further from God.
And you're so right. You completed your bits and pieces there?
Yes, I did in terms of listing
All right,
out
so
the
as we get closer, we'll be doing some comparisons, comparing the registered voters and the percentages for 2020. We can start with Island Harbor, and we know we have 3 polling stations there. And Island Harbor 2020 in polling division 1, we had 612 votes registered in 2020. We had the number who voted 322, 52.61. District 2 in Island Harbor, just by way of what we'll be sharing with you as we get the new set of results, the first set of results coming in from that particular area. And that is the sequence it traditionally comes, 1, 2, right down to 7. Polling station 2 in Island Harbor of 2020, 606 registered voters, 338 voted in 2020, 55.7%. And in the polling division 3, Island Harbor 2020, this is the information, 606 registered voters, 343 person voted, 56.60 was the percentage, a total of 1,824 registered voters. People voting in Island Harbor in 2020 by way of the polling divisions 1,003 for a percentage of 54.99. So we will look at that one once we get the first
results.
official results. We can do that comparison.
Keith, just to point out, we are now looking at inside of a polling station. I do not know where it is. I recognize Ms. Horsford, who I assume was an agent. She used to be a returning officer.
Yeah, I'm not.
We don't know. Oh, sorry. I can see.
Valley
that is Valley
South.
South.
Valley South.
That is Valley
Valley
South.
South.
Valley South is now going through the procedure I detailed earlier of what occurs at a polling station when the poll comes to a close. That is the machine. I could imagine by now certain things had been done before. Wow. There are four polling stations in Valley South. This is just one, and the election officials are doing what they need to do as mandated by the act. So I think it's going to be a while before Valley South comes up. That's Valley South polling station 3. Valley South polling station number 3 had the surnames Hoftizer to Richards Romney.
And very quickly, some information from 2020, just for Valley South polling 3. In 2020, in Valley South, they had 520 registered voters there. 327 voted, 62.8% in terms of the voting percentage. So just quickly picking up on that electronic machine for Valley South for polling station number 3. 520 registered voters. These figures are from 2020. So we will have the comparison when we get the official results for tonight.
I understand that polling station 3 in Valley South is in the kindergarten section. I believe that is the new block built towards the south of the compound running east to west that I think is either 2 or 3 floors. I don't remember, but that's where it is. So Valley South is doing what they're supposed to do. It's the biggest district. It is one of the most, in my opinion, well, all of these seats have been keenly contested, but I will use a phraseology I used before. There's an awful lot of emotion in Valley South. And one of the things, Keita, I must say now, as I was going around, everybody I spoke to said their side, they seemed confident. And that caused me pause, because it doesn't look as if either side left much room for disappointment. It means, in my view, that the losing side this evening may take the results rather badly. There didn't seem to be much room for being left for disappointment. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier you would have heard me say that the presiding officer must do certain things before the agents. I'm assuming that this young man here in white, and that is Ms. Horsford, a former teacher, also in white, that they are agents.
Yes.
So now the presiding officer is manipulating the machine, indicating what is to be done and following the Election Act to the T. And we see an election observer to the right in a T-shirt with the words Election Observer on the back. So those are 2 agents. There were 2 candidates in Valley South. And so the process...
3 candidates. 3 candidates in Valley South.
No, there were 2 candidates in Valley South. Deanne Kentish Rogers and Cordell.
I beg your pardon.
Richardson.
I'm mixing it out with Road South.
So
I beg your pardon.
There were 2 candidates. So 2 candidates, 2 agents, 1 presiding officer, 1 voting machine, and the presiding officer is doing precisely that as the act mandates that she does.
Absolutely. Following the letter of the law as is provided for in the Elections Act 2019 as amended. So Carlisle will continue to wait. It's getting up to almost 8:45.
Well, Mr. Ray has certainly broken his word.
Broken his word.
We cannot bring
No fault of
results
his
that
own.
do not exist.
That is correct.
Only 3 of the 7 electoral districts have returned the the ballot boxes, and, which are actually voting machines, to the House of Assembly chambers. Again, I cannot dictate to Mr. Ray what he is supposed to do, but it would have been ideal, in my humble opinion, if the results for Road North, Valley North, and West End, which can, in theory, be
the seal can be broken.
The seal can be broken and everything done at this time. At least that is my view. But of course, Mr. Ray is the final arbiter of these things. So we leave these decisions in his capable hands. And in the interim, we observe the Election Act in process and in effect.
So as it is now, all 7 districts, the electronic machines from electronic tabulating machines from all 7 must come to the House of Assembly before the count, the official count starts.
Before the official count begins.
So how much time it takes, that has just been the...
But at the end of the day, no matter how long it takes this evening, it surely is better than counting ballots one by one to take us to 4 a.m.
And who knows, you might have a challenge at the end.
Well, yes, we may have...
Someone may call for recount.
Yes, we may have a recount.
You may have electronic and manual, as we did in 2020.
And we see an agent, that is Ms. Hosford, signing form.
Signing the document.
Which is required under the Election Act.
Both agents have to sign.
Agents, I'm assuming that Ms. Hosford, from my personal knowledge, is the agent for Mr. Cordell Richardson, the Anguilla United Front candidate. And that is Mr. Jendon. I forgot Jendon's last name. He's from Stony Ground.
Stony Ground, your district.
He would be the agent for Deanne Kentish Rogers.
All right, so that is what you're seeing on your screen. Those of you who are following us, following the video, that is what is happening. And I think the election official there is Ms. Trim from the Department of Natural Resources. Yes, looks like
we can see some data coming up on the machine.
We can see some data coming up, yes.
That data would not be the votes.
No, it's the DS200 machine that's been used. And in fact, this year for the very first time, that very same machine, brand of machine, was used in the TCI recent elections for the very first time. They had electronic tabulated machines for the very first time.
And the presiding officer is going through them, and that little thing that she had in her hand, that is the
everything is on that. Everything is contained on that.
That is the memory stick, which contains the fate of Deanne Kentish Rogers. Well, one of them, there would be 4, one from each polling station. Those sticks contain the fate of Deanne Kentish Rogers and Cordell Richardson in Valley South.
See what is happening now. The stick goes into an envelope. The pouch. The agents are there in full view, full transparency. They're seeing everything. Nothing is done out of their view as per
the Act.
Again, the Act. And we need to keep reminding our viewers and listeners, it's the Act. The letter
of the law, not the spirit.
Not the spirit. It's the letter.
It's the letter of the law. And an election observer observe it.
That's correct. Full view, full transparency. That is what is happening. So again, we are bringing you election night coverage here in Anguilla 2025. We want to thank persons who may just be tuning in.
And we see the agent for Ms. Kentish Rogers now signing an official document.
That's correct.
Probably agreeing with whatever total in terms of votes.
Yes,
votes cast.
That's right.
Not votes counted.
And any spoiled
ballots in polling station 3 in Valley South.
Absolutely.
And this would be taking place in the other polling stations in Valley South and in Sandy Hill, because we don't know where Sandy Hill is, and in Road South. We do know that Island Harbor is on its way down.
That was the information we got from someone.
We know that Valley South is not yet ready to come up, closest to the church and furthest from God. And we know that West End, Road North, and Valley North are in. It's coming up now to 13 minutes to 9 in Anguilla. We are broadcasting from the office, the physical office
Colin,
of the
just
Speaker
before, someone
of
is
the House.
asking us if we had any information on Sandy Hill or even South Hill.
No, I don't. I just
nothing at
indicated
all.
we have no idea,
No idea
where
where those
Sandy
are.
Hill is and where South Hill is.
Right.
And by that I mean, of course, we know where they are physically, but we don't know where they are in terms of the process.
All right, so.
We just have to wait and bear with the process. But the process is very transparent, very fair, and very technologically advanced.
Yep, so this is where we are.
And we
We're
see
looking-
this presiding officer physically closing the machine. I think there's something that's supposed to be pushed through.
That is correct.
through
It's been done now.
Slit.
And see the
and
2 seals on the front for the bottom section.
The 2 seals on the front.
Yep.
Those contain the physical paper
Physical
ballots,
paper ballots are in those.
which would be called upon if there is a recount.
That's right, correct. But the machine would have recorded.
But the machine would have recorded, and the fates of the candidates are on the memory sticks.
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Rogers. As
I
we
really
continue.
don't think I would ever want my fate to be on a memory stick, but I didn't put myself
Yes,
forward
it's-
to be elected, either nominated or elected, so I can just observe and
It's a
indicate
very big
what's
election.
taking place.
It's a big election.
I think it's the most important election
It's
in
a
Angola's
consequential election.
history.
There's a lot at stake in this general election. So
It is the
and
GST
you did mention
election.
about the emotion, and one could very well understand that.
Yes.
There's very high emotion, lots of emotion going into the campaigning, even at the debates, the various debates, and we are seeing it played out. We have massive turnouts. I'm very keen to hear the
Official turnout
official
numbers,
turnout
yes.
numbers. Because
Yes.
from looking around and going around to some of the polling stations
And
today,
observing
and
the
observing,
motorcades over the
you could
weekend.
see there was
The fact that there were a lot of people, or
A lot of people.
are a lot of people physically in Anguilla.
plus there were lots and loads of people. I've been looking at the social media lives, and you could see from the number of views on social media, Facebook, YouTube,
Okay.
you could see that as well. The numbers were through the roof. They were really, really high numbers.
Democracy in action.
There's a lot of interest. There's
Democracy in
great
action.
interest
Yes.
in this particular election, the 2025 general election here in Anguilla. Haven't heard any reports of any incidents or accidents, and I'm grateful for that. Haven't heard anything untoward, and
We
we're
have
very happy
we have some
We
more
have something
polling
coming in here
stations, boxes coming in.
for that. I want to believe this is Road South. I don't know why I get this feeling.
I
I'm
don't
seeing one or
recognize
two
any
individuals.
of the election officials. I cannot read the
I'm
marking.
just trying to look at the map. No, it's
Okay,
turned away from us.
It's turned away from us. That is two. There can be no more electoral districts with two stations.
So that
Sandy Hill and West End. Sorry, Sandy Hill.
two.
That is two. We're just getting word that Sandy Hill is in the house.
We get
Those are the results from Sandy Hill.
Sandy Hill. Okay.
And
so we just got that.
again, as I indicated, the fate, well, in this case, the fates of Mr. Lennox Van Der Poel, the new candidate and the leader of the opposition, the putative first female premier, should then go up front, win this election, are in those two boxes that we just saw. And we can see now back to Valley South.
So the seal has gone on.
Polling station,
Yeah.
so, polling station 3.
the
We
machine
can see
seal.
the
Yep.
seal has gone on. We can see the initials from officials and the date and everything, and therefore full compliance with the letter
Yes.
of the Election Act. So so Sandy Hill is now in. That leaves Valley South and Road South. So coming on up to 8 minutes to 9, we are here broadcasting from the physical official office of the House Speaker. Of course, we no longer have a House Speaker. That office is that legal office is
Would have
now vacant.
Vacant with the
But
dissolution
we
of the House.
have been granted the privilege to sit in the physical office where the Speaker sits when she is in residence.
And it feels pretty good, I must say, Carlisle. It feels pretty good.
Well, I have been here many times before.
This is my first time in this,
times before in
physically
this
inside this particular
Speaker's
office. Yes, so this is my first time. All right, so we continue to bring you the coverage. Sandy Hill is now in.
Sandy Hill and one of the smaller districts. Now, Keith, as we wait for the results, there are going to be certain things that I'm looking forward to analyze this evening. I'll start with the island-wide candidates. And of course, we know in the last election, Mr. Kyle Hodge, then of the APM, now of the Anguilla United Front, won 3,557 votes. He was a very interesting candidate that in Island Harbor, he got 513 votes.
Yes.
And Dr. Webster, who won the district, Keith, we now see Island Harbor is in the house.
Yes.
That
yes.
is Sanford Richardson, returning officer for Island Harbor. Island Harbor would have 3 polling stations,
Yes.
3 machines, 1, 2, 3. Island Harbor is here. That just leaves Road South and Valley South. So while we look at that, we note that in the 2020 elections, Kyle Hodge got 513 votes in Island Harbor. Dr. Lorenzo Webster got only 493. Kyle was a very interesting candidate. Not only was he the most popular candidate, he exceeded votes, or what I would phrase, he got overvotes in certain districts. So while his party, the APM, his party at the time, the leader of the party, the winner of District 1, Ellis Lorenzo Webster, got 493 votes. Kyle Hodge got 513. So Kyle was more popular than the premier in his own
district.
This is not commentary, these are facts.
Yeah, this.
We move on to district number 2. There, Cora Richardson Hodge won with 318. The front candidate, one of the front's island-wide candidates got the most votes, 294, Jose Vanterpool. But Mr. Vanterpool underperformed. His leader was more popular in number 2 than he was. Kyle Hodge, interestingly, got 285, and you would have thought that with the Anguilla United Front winning district number 2, that their 4 island-wide candidates would have topped the poll as the 4 APM candidates topped the poll in District 1. Lo and behold, despite Jose Vanterpool winning the most votes, the next 3 island-wide candidates were not from the Anguilla United Front, but from the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Kyle Hodge getting 285, Kenneth Hodge getting 245, and Quincy Gums Murray getting 245. But I think we have got to put this result in context. It is not debatable to say that Quincy Gums Marie has ancestry in number 2. That is a fact. It is not debatable to say that Ken Hodge would have been very familiar, or the voters in District 2 would have been very familiar with Ken Hodge. So that would, in theory, explain that. Yep. We go over to number 3. Again, this epitomizes the unique appeal that Mr. Kyle Hodge had. It remains to be seen whether he continues to have it in 2025, but he had it in 2020 in
yes.
terms of district number 3.
And that's undisputable.
And that is undisputable. In that year, Evans McNeil Rogers for the Anguilla United Front won the district. He got 697 votes. Jose Vanterpool of the Anguilla United Front got 672. So he underperformed the leader of his party in that district. Kyle Hodge got 611. Otlin Vanterpool got 578, and Lockhart Hughes got 540. So Kyle's appeal in number 3 was unique. Again, there is a context to that. Kyle's ancestral base comes from district number, well, ancestral base on his father's side comes from district number 3. So that explains that. Over in number 4, Deanne Kentish Rogers, running with Kyle Hodge, at that time won that district. Kyle Hodge got 781, Joseph Vanderpool 728, Kenneth Hodge 642, Quincy Gums Marie 637. Kyle underperformed Deanne in district number 4. Over in district number 5, Merrick Richardson. We are now seeing, Keith, I'll take a pause there to see that some ballots are coming in. We can see the premier. Well, as of last night, he was the former premier. As of now, we have no sitting premier, but we see Dr. Webster sitting in the House chamber. We see next to him the former speaker, Barbara Webster Bourne, and we see ballot boxes coming in, and presumably they can only be from numbers 6. This is number 6. That is Daphne Jacobs Richardson.
Yes, that is
the returning officer for Road South. Road South is in the House.
Yes.
And I think there were 3 polling stations.
3 polling
in Road
stations.
South. So Road South is in, so we await Valley South. So ladies and gentlemen, we can now see the electoral registration officer walking past. We can see Daphne Jacob Richardson, the returning officer. We can see election officials. We can see election observers, all in the House waiting for the commencement of this count. Getting back to the results from 2020. So in Road North, we had Merrick Richardson of the Anguilla Progressive Movement winning by 386 votes. Kyle Hodge got 374. He slightly performed. Well, we can now look at the screen and see that Valley South has not moved one bit, so it may be some time, ladies and gentlemen, before Valley South gets up, because that box is still there where we last saw it, and obviously it has to be taken from there, put in a van, and brought out. We can see a young man removing the box. That's Dylan Skellerkey,
yes,
who last election was one of the IT guys inserting the
sticks,
the memory cards on memory sticks. So we can see Valley South is beginning to assemble.
Yeah.
Valley South ballot boxes are being moved, but it will still take some time for all 4 to get onto that van and be brought here to the House of Assembly for Mr. Ray to begin this evening's proceedings. In the meantime, I continue.
It's 9 o'clock.
It's 9 o'clock. Mr. Ray is a half an hour late. If we were to keep to his promise to you, Keith, but it is still a far cry from 4 a.m., so we have nothing to complain about. Back to Road North from 2020. Merrick Richardson, 386. Kyle Hodge, 374. He underperformed. Quincy Gums Marie, 306.
Kenneth Hodge,
297. And Kennedy Hodge, 246.
267.
267. Over to Road South, won by Hayden Hughes last time around from the APM. Kyle Hodge, 7. Hayden got 727. Hodge got 706, so he underperformed his party leader in that district, Hayden Hughes. Quincy Gums Marie got 551. Kenneth Hodge got 569, and Kennedy Hodge got 520. So we can see a pattern. The district vote didn't translate in parallel to the vote of the island-wide candidates of the party of that particular district. In other words, most voters split their ballots, and very few voters voted straight down the line. It remains to be seen whether or not that pattern changes this time around. And finally, to number 7, Cardigan Connor. And this is one of the most interesting ones. In number 7, Cardigan Connor won for the Anguilla United Front with 286. But Kyle Hodge of the opposite party, the Anguilla Progressive Movement, got 287 votes. So Kyle got more votes in number 7 than the winner of the opposite party. very interesting. So it
And it'll
remains
be interesting now that he's switched.
He
He's
has
now
switched,
from the APM to the AUF.
to
so
the AUF. How
those
his
figures
votes-
are going to be very
his
interesting.
vote figures this evening are of prime interest to me from a political analytical point of view. Then Joseph Vanterpool got 758.
258.
Sorry, 258. But what is unfortunate, or what was unfortunate for the Anguilla United Front in 2020, and it remains to be seen if they have educated their voters or their voters have educated themselves. While Carrigan Connor of the United Front won District 7, only Jose Vanterpool from his party was in the top 4. You would have thought that Lockhart Hughes, who has ancestry in West End, Mark Rumney and Artlin Vanderpool would have done better. But instead, the voters down there, while voting for Cardigan, many still voted for Kenneth Hodge and Quincy Gums Marie
Yes.
of the Anguilla Progressive Movement.
Very
Now,
interesting.
looking at the rest of the field from the independent, from the at-large candidates in 2020, we know that Kyle Hodge, Jose Vanderpool, Kenneth Hodge, and Quincy Gums Marie won the 4 at-large seats. The runners-up were as follows. Kenneth Hodge of the Anguilla Progressive Movement got 2,657 votes. Artlin Vanterpool of the then of the Anguilla United Front got 2,420. It's going to be interesting to see how Artlin Vanterpool performs this evening. Mark Rupp,
And he too has now switched.
because he too has now switched from the Anguilla United Front to the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Lockhart Hughes running with Artlin Vanterpool, yes, with Anguilla United Front got 2,420. Lockhart Hughes of the Anguilla United Front got 2,290. Mark Romney of the Anguilla United Front got 2,126. So in 2020, the top 8 candidates were from the 2 main parties. None of the independents came close. The highest independent candidate was the inimical Dr. Lanny Hobson, an independent. He got 1,643. Annika Lake got 1,532. She ran as Annika Webster Lake. Ben Davis, another independent, got 1,117. Sutcliffe Hodge, an independent, got 1,016. He was a former district candidate over in number 3. And the uncle of Kyle Hodge, Gleneva Hodge, an independent, got 609. Elkin Richardson, an independent, got 148. Merlin Duncan, independent, got 101. Of all of those independents and who are running, it's going to be interesting to see how Gleneva Hodge, who is now with the APM, performs, and how Dr. Lanny Hobson, who's an independent, performs. It remains to be seen that whether or not Dr. Hobson, who I would venture to say is the most unique of the candidates, whether his appeal is strong enough to be able to win a seat on his own. I've heard many people who said, well, I may be voting for the APM, but one of my votes is going to go to Dr. Hobson. I've heard of people from the front saying the same thing as well. It remains to be seen if he has the cross-party appeal to be able to win a seat. So Keith, as we await, we are seeing images of the ballot boxes from Valley South, which are to be removed from the Valley Primary School and conveyed to the House of Assembly for the count.
So as we await that, another interesting bit of information coming from the 2020 general elections here in Anguilla was and I'm going to be looking at this tonight as well, the spoiled ballots. In 2020, we had 372 spoiled ballots, and it was put down to the new voting system that may have presented some challenges for some categories of voters. And this reflected in the surprisingly high number of spoiled ballots. So it's going to be very, very interesting tonight. And the majority of those spoiled ballots, looking at the district, came in District 4, 90 in District 4. In District 3, 73. and we had 83 in district number 6. So the three large districts, 3, 4, and 6, we have the majority of spoiled ballots. So 372 was the total.
It's going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting to see if people have become more familiar with the new voting system, because certainly that clearly from that would have presented some challenges to some persons, and resulting in that surprisingly high number of spoiled ballots in 2020.
I would hope that the number of spoiled ballots this year are at the minimum, but it remains to be seen. We don't know the holdup as to what is happening. I think I can see, Keith, are there 4 machines?
I see 3.
Looks like, but I can see
1,
3.
2. I can see 3 clearly.
3 clearly.
I'm not seeing a 4th.
Well, maybe they were picked up sequentially.
Yeah.
So they are at polling station.
It would seem to me that they are waiting.
Yes, they are waiting.
Another tabulating machine. Yes. So it's going to be very interesting tonight when the numbers.
8 minutes after 9.
After 9 o'clock.
And the boxes from Valley South are still not on their way, but
8 minutes
we
after
can
9.
we all must simply wait.
Yep.
Democracy in action.
And comparatively speaking, again, we're doing comparisons here now. 2020, we had 15 at large.
We also have 15 this year.
We also have 15 this year as well.
A couple have run again.
Yep.
Marvo Duncan, who was known as Merlin Duncan, listed as Merlin Duncan in 2020. Quincy Grams-Marie again.
There.
Dr. Hobson has returned.
Kenneth
Hodge has returned. Kenneth Hodge has returned.
Kyle Hodge is back.
Kyle Hodge has returned. Joseph Vanderpool has returned.
Afflin Vanderpool has returned.
Curtis Richardson and Evans McNeil Rogers were district candidates the last time. I think so was Romel Hughes.
Romel ran in district last year. This time he's running at large.
Island-wide. Evans was a district candidate at one point. We know he was the minister. He was the minister of government representative from Valley South from 2010 to
2015.
So it remains to be seen. I understand Jason Bryan is a young man of Dominican descent, ancestry, a fluent Spanish speaker. It remains to be seen what appeal he has to the electorate writ large, and whether or not the Spanish-speaking community will vote en masse, en bloc, and be able to bring him over the threshold. All interesting questions that will be answered this evening.
Yep.
And the answers to all of these questions are in 30 member states, some of which are in Valley South, and the rest are physically in the House of Assembly.
So we are just waiting on Road South to come to the central counting position here at the Anguilla House of Assembly, 11 minutes after 9 o'clock. Carlisle Rogers is with me. I'm Keith Stonegraves, bringing you live coverage of the election results as they come in. And Carlisle would have indicated to you the electronic tabulating machines in from the various districts in here already. We're just waiting now on the final one coming in from Road South.
No, from Valley South. Road South came in.
Valley South, I beg your pardon.
South.
Valley South is the one. And it's just down the road from us, really, not too far away from us.
I think physically, geographically,
it's not too
Valley,
far.
The polling station for Valley South would be physically closest to the House of Assembly.
Yes.
Valley North is further away.
It's further away.
So
with Valley South being at the Valley Primary School.
Have to wait. Keith, while we wait, perhaps I can continue to read into the public history.
Oh, but just before you do that,
Elections
I would
in
just
Anguilla
like to say
in
that
the
in 1972,
yes.
just coming across some other information here, we've had a spate of elections. And we had something similar occurring in 1972. We had general elections in 72 in the Bahamas, Grenada, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Okay.
and we're having a series we've had.
Election fever, I suppose.
Election fever, and this is not only restricted to the Caribbean region, but certainly globally.
Yes.
We've been having
We had the German elections.
of elections.
You had elections in Georgia.
United States.
And so forth.
Canada should be coming up pretty soon as well. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm saying back to, and again, I owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Colville Petty. If he's listening this evening, just know that Mr. Keystone Graves and I hold
Yep.
you in the highest esteem and regard, and we could not provide the information to the general public this evening had you not done the grunt work. And we personally owe you a debt of gratitude, and the island of Anguilla, the community of Anguilla, owes you a similar debt of gratitude, and we hope that you receive your flowers while you're still physically with us. Going back to Mr. Petty's seminal paper, which he delivered in 2002, he then remarked on the limited franchise. Now, you would remember I left off and I indicated that the 1883 ordinance left Anguilla without local government and with no right of representation in the St. Kitts legislature. Quote from Mr. Petty, it left Anguilla with no political institutions of any kind. Mr. Petty went on to write, the situation remained unchanged until 1936. So from about 1883 to 1936, there were no elections held in Anguilla. So let us be grateful that we have elections now. So it remained unchanged until 1936 with the coming into force of the St. Christopher Nevis Constitution Ordinance, which restored Anguilla's right to send a representative to the St. Kitts legislature. Further, the ordinance provided that each island of the presidency should constitute one electoral district, with St. Kitts returning 3 members, Nevis 1 and Anguilla 1. The Legislative Council had a life of 3 years. The ordinance also provided for limited franchise, whereby the right to vote was based on income and property qualifications as indicated. A, ownership of real property of the value of £100 or payment of rent of £12 per annum on real property. Payment of direct taxes of 15 shillings per annum and income of £30 per annum. As regards the qualifications for membership of the council, these included ownership of real property of the value of at least £500, occupation of land as tenant to another of the rental value of at least £50 a year, a salary or income of £200 per annum. The first elections under the new constitution was scheduled for 24 June 1937, but on nomination day, the 2nd June, the only Anguillian candidate was Albert Elliot Owen, resident in St. Kitts, who was unopposed and declared to be duly elected. That's very interesting in that for that first council election under that dispensation at that time, the representative from Anguilla was already living in St. Kitts. Petty went on to say that at the time, the number of registered voters out of a population of about 6,000 was 133. Let me repeat that. At the time of the 1937 election, the number of registered voters out of a population of 6,000 people in Anguilla was 133. So that is the correct inverse. Talk about not having a voters list that's representative. That voters list now was not representative in the other extreme. Petty went on to write that Owen was elected again in 1940, but was defeated in 1943 by Walter Hodge, age 22, the youngest person to sit in the St. Kitts legislature. The electoral list comprised 124 persons. Hodge got 29 votes and Owen 24. Hodge was beaten by David S. Lloyd in the 1946 elections. Petty went on to then speak of universal adult suffrage, which is a fancy term to say that everybody, male or female, white or black, owning property or owning nothing but the clothes on your back, once you were a citizen over 18 and of sound mind and so forth, would be allowed to vote. Petty rights. The 1946 elections were the last to be held under the limited franchise. The limited franchise came to an end in 1952, following the introduction of universal adult suffrage to the presidency of St. Kitts Nevis that year. From 1952, therefore, participation in the electoral process was open to all persons 21 years and over. It was no longer dependent on property or income qualifications. Other reforms included the introduction of 5 single-member constituencies in St. Kitts, 2 in Nevis and 1 in Anguilla, and extended the life of the Legislative Council from 3 to 5 years. The first elections under universal adult suffrage were held on the 6th October 1956. By that time, party politics in St. Kitts had already taken firm root. Petty went on to say, the fact that Anguilla was a constitutional appendage of St. Kitts meant that it could not escape being influenced by political phenomena on that island. Anguilla therefore came into contact with party politics in name only, because the various political parties in St. Kitts had an interest in the political mobilization of the Anguillan electorate to meet their own ends. They were primarily concerned with winning the 1 seat in Anguilla in order to enhance their chances of assuming power in St. Kitts. To this end, they attempted to extend their influence to Anguilla by supporting certain local candidates to contest elections under their party's symbol. Petty writes, or Petty said in that speech, the first St. Kitts-based political party to field a candidate in Anguilla was the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, or Workers' League. Its candidate for the 6th October 1952 general elections was David S. Lloyd. The party met some success because Lloyd defeated the 2 independent candidates, Walter Hodge and Adolphus Barbaro. Then he goes on to speak about Robert Bratcher visiting Anguilla and had a meeting where he referred to Barbaro as a cockroach. Well, elections were rough even back in 1956.
Even back then.
At least I don't think anybody was called a cockroach during the recent campaign. Petty went on to note that the Labour Party's influence on the Anguillan electorate was short-lived, because Lloyd was defeated in the election held on 6 November 1957 by Kenneth Hazel, an independent candidate. I think Kenneth Hazel had a son named Urban Hazel, who also used to run for Anna back in the 1980s against Hubert Hughes, if my memory serves me right. I may be wrong, but that's what my memory brings to mind now. Petty also noted that the other candidates who contested that election were Walter Hodge, Peter Adams, and Randolph Johnson Hodge. Johnson told the people of West End that he saw no reason why West End should not have its own little prison and its own little hospital. So even back then, I suppose infrastructure projects were necessary to gain votes. Petty notes that the Anguillians reaffirmed their opposition to the Labour Party when Hubert Hughes, the pro-Labour candidate, was defeated by Peter Adams, an independent candidate in the 1961 general elections. The other independent candidates were Walter Hodge and Kenneth Hazel. Petty goes on to note that another St. Kitts-based political party which attempted to forge links with the Anguillan people was the People's Action Movement, PAM. It presented itself to the Anguillan electorate in April 1965. PAM, like the Labour Party, was cognizant of the fact that in its bid to capture power in St. Kitts, it was expedient to extend its influence to Anguilla. Furthermore, it had realized that Anguilla was fertile ground for the sowing of anti-Labour sentiments. Petty notes that PAM had early success in Anguilla because in the July 1966 elections, its candidate, Peter Adams, defeated the 3 independent candidates, Kenneth Hazel, David S. Lloyd, and Christopher Romney. The election results had confirmed that while the Kittitians were staunch supporters of the Labour Party, which won all 5 seats in St. Kitts, the Anguillians were staunchly anti-Labour. The results confirmed that the electorate in St. Kitts and the electorate in Anguilla were firmly on opposite sides of the political divide. It was that political divide which gave rise to the Anguilla Revolution of 1967. I think that is self-evident, but I'm now reading into the public record the fact that in 1956-52, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party won the seat in Anguilla, and in 1965, the People's Action Movement, again a St. Kitts-based party, won the seat in Anguilla. But I think by 1966, the writing was on the wall, because if you had in St. Kitts Labour winning all 5 seats and Anguilla going the opposite direction, the two-man crabs can't live in the same hole. So the split was inevitable. We are now looking at the screen, the House of Assembly. We see most returning officers occupying both the government benches and the opposition benches. We're looking at the speaker's chair, which is empty, vacated. There is no speaker. The last speaker, we believe, is seated in the audience in the public gallery. We are looking at the desk, the most important desk in Anguilla right now. The desk on which I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pouches. I imagine in each of those pouches, each of those pouches represents the results. There we see the speaker, the former speaker, the former premier, because we have no premier. I believe that's the premier's wife.
Yes.
And we see party apparatchiks, which is a fancy word to say supporters and operatives of the APM in the front row. On the opposite side, we also see election observers. I believe that is Miss Leachko Richardson, and she would have been an agent. We saw her down in Valley, so we saw her down in Road North. And while there are a few more seats available, I don't know who is allowing people in or whether members of the public can come in. There are few more seats available, but other than that, the House chamber is full. It was so full that we could not sit in it to broadcast. This year, we were relegated to the Speaker's office.
All right. So, and just by way of elections, I was reminded there was an election in Belize as well, in very recent time. So we take note of that, and I thank the person who sent that in for me. We are in holding mode here now.
Yes,
as we await.
I think I'm going to take a break. The Wi-Fi has dropped on
Yes, so you'll take a break. I will just continue here while you take a break. So we can in fact remind our listeners and viewers that this is live election coverage of the 2025 general election here in Anguilla. We had the conclusion today as of 7 p.m. this evening when the polls officially closed. On Tuesday, we had the advance poll taking place for members of the police force, prison officers, immigration officers, nurses, doctors, EMTs, physically challenged individuals, and also persons 70 years and older. That was on Tuesday between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Today, the polls opened at 6 o'clock this morning in the 7 electoral districts at 7, and they closed. They opened at 6 this morning and closed at 7 this evening. The electronic tabulating machines are in, save and except for Road South. We had a camera shot moments ago of at least 3 of the 4 machines being loaded onto the back of a van for transportation from Road South to here at the House of Assembly. And we are now seeing, I'm looking at the shot coming in here, and I think we are expecting now the 4th electronic machine to be carried into that van under armed security guard. We are waiting on that. This is a shot coming out from the Adrian T. Hazel Primary School in South Hill. That's the one we are waiting. And as soon as that comes in here, the Supervisor of Elections will give the order for the results to be shared with the general public. There's a big, huge, massive television screen monitor on the outside of the House of Assembly here for members of the public. So those who cannot make it inside the main building here, the Legislative Assembly, you can have access to that on the outside. I'm seeing some election officials performing their final duties here at Road South. As I said, that's the voting machines from that area. Those are the ones we expect to come in anytime now. So as soon as they're ready with that, we'll have that in here for you. Very interesting, as we've been bringing you statistics. We've looked at the elections held here in Anguilla from 1972 up until 2020, providing the results and the persons who would have been involved in some of those elections. Carlisle Rogers, my colleague, who has just taken a break, has also been presenting some historical data, historical information. We also looked at the Election Act 2019 as amended and looking at what's laid out in the Act. We had some earlier discussion led off with the official statement coming in May 29th of 2024 from Governor Crouch, following some concerns that were raised in the public, and that really triggered the whole election fever building up to that period coming up. Then we had the announcement at the end of January by the Premier that elections would be held on the 25th and the advance poll the 25th and general elections on the 26th. And that led to a series of campaign stops by the various three political parties. The incumbent Anguilla Progressive Movement led by Dr. Ellis Webster, and the main opposition party, the Anguilla United Front, led by the former leader of the opposition in Cora Richardson Hodge. And of course the Art Party, led by a former legislator and a former minister of government, Curtis Richardson, the Anguilla Reliable Team. And then we had the independent candidates, 5 of them, 34 candidates in all, running in this 2025 general election. A consequential election, lots at stake in this election. The issues have been widely ventilated, both on the campaign stops and also via social media, and of course the debates which were held by the Anguilla National Youth Council. Those also went out to the public there as well. So we're just getting some information coming in here now, and we will deal with that in just a while. I said Carlisle, who is with me, Rogers, has taken a break. So we are waiting the final electronic tabulating machine, and you're seeing on your screen right now the photo. You see 3 of them there for you, and as soon as we get that, and in fact we're getting that information coming from Valley South. Valley South is the area. I've been misleading you. That's Valley South. So there's another machine should be coming in there at this time. In fact, the vehicle is on its way. The van is on its way here to the House of Assembly. I can now see that the movement has taken place, and momentarily we'll have the voting machines in for you. So that machine is coming from the Valley School. I was misleading you all along, and not the Road South constituency or Road South district. So it was from Valley South. My mistake, my bad, was where that machine is coming from at this time. So I'm grateful for the correction there. All right. So we continue to bring you coverage, lots to share with you. As the results come in, they will be coming fast and furious, so we won't have too much time to really spend in terms of the other analysis, but we'll try our very best to provide that context for you. Island Harbor in 2020, we had just 1,000 votes cast in Island Harbor out of a registered total of 1,824. In Sandy Hill, District 2, in 2020, we had 627 persons voting out of a registered listing, official listing of 1,053. In Valley North, District 3, 2020 data, we had 1,376 persons voting in 2000 out of 2,180 persons registered. In Valley South, District 4, we had 1,663 persons voting back in 2020, in the last general election, registered voters 2,660. In district number 5, Road North, in 2020, we had 720 persons exercising their franchise out of a total of registered voters of 1,193. In District 6, Road South, we had in 2020 1,279 persons voting out of a registered total of 1,967. And in District 7, West End, in 2020, the 2020 figures, the number of persons who voted in 2020 in District 7, West End was 621, and the total registered voters there in District 7 in 2020 was 1,074. Carlisle, we see, as we look at the screen, we are seeing some movement here.
Valley South is on its way to the House of Assembly.
So we are awaiting that. Valley South, and as soon as that comes in, we will have everything.
Pete, while I took a break, I had a quick word with Mr. Ray, and Mr. Ray confirmed that it is a practice.
It is a practice.
To wait for all the ballot boxes to be conveyed here before beginning the count. So as I indicated, I was correct. In theory, we could have had the results for Road North probably 45 minutes ago. We could have had the results from the other electoral districts, but it is Mr. Ray's preference, and he is the sole arbiter of that. In this case, I suppose, in order, it's his preference to count the results sequentially, beginning with Island Harbor. So everybody's in, and these are some lovely pictures.
Lovely pictures indeed.
Coming in, police.
Main Valley,
well, Carteret
Boulevard.
Now coming up to what is called Parliamentary Drive, and headed directly, straight shot.
Yeah, so we're just moments away now.
To the House of Assembly.
Yep, so that is Valley South coming in.
You would have seen earlier, and I was able to see with my own eyes, the election officials are arrayed in the House of Assembly on opposition benches and on government benches, awaiting their continued work. In the gallery, we see representatives mainly from the Anguilla Progressive Movement. There were no recognizable faces from the Anguilla United Front. I'm not saying that to indicate anything either way, but members of the Anguilla Progressive
And I'm grateful you put that disclaimer on.
Well, yes, I have to be very careful in what I say, since I am down the line between the parties. I am not a party apparatchik, but it is an observable fact that there are representatives from the APM in the House of Assembly, and I do not recognize any representatives from the Anguilla United Front. Of course, when the count begins, they are, in fact, it is ideal if they are there. We can see people outside, that is the Central Electoral Office. People are outside HMP, His Majesty's Prison, and we're coming up, making that infamous or famous left turn that those of us who practice law make too many times to get into the courthouse. We can see the prison van, that is HMP across there, the command center, the screen for public viewing, and we are in the precincts of the House of Assembly, Valley South, number 4, closest geographic electoral district, but of course the biggest, and therefore I presume with the most voters, and therefore took the longest to reach in. The election officials are arrayed, lined up or laid out or spread out, however you want to phrase it, the House of Assembly, and therefore the count should begin in the next 10 to 15, 20 minutes at the most.
Very interesting.
And we should be in, hopefully, for a relatively short night, the results that we have all been waiting on. Ever since the last election, but definitely since the ferocious debate of the implementation of GST. This is the GST election, and the verdict on GST will be rendered this evening. And that verdict will be reflected in the beginning of political careers for some people and in the crushing of political careers for others. That's just the nature of the beast.
All right, so as we await the electronic tabulating machines from Valley South, District number 4, the last electoral district to come in here this evening. They're just about to be rolled into the main facility, the House of Assembly here. It's 21 minutes, 22 minutes, in fact, before the hour of 10 o'clock. And as Carlisle indicated to you, Carlisle Rogers, local lawyer here, indicated to you that once the start gets underway, it will be very, very, very difficult to have any commentary in. We'll just be looking at the screen. All right, so the total number
of voters
12,548. That's according to the preliminary voters list that's is being used for this year's general election. So
and
12,548.
And I wish to thank that viewer for correcting us on that matter. She knows who she is, so I don't need to publicly identify her, but just to express our gratitude. So we are now looking at the fate of Deanne Kentish Rogers and Cardell Richardson, District 4. 4 ballot boxes, which are 4 voting machines, 4 memory sticks, all the remaining election material being conveyed into the House of Assembly for the count. The count will be done sequentially. I spoke with Mr. Ray when I was on that brief break, and he and his hard-working team, who would have been up from early morning, are in the House of Assembly awaiting the verdict of the people of Anguilla.
And as you speak, Carlisle, I will take a short break and I'll be right back. So I'll allow you to continue to provide the public with the update.
Thank you. 1 second, I'm here responding to a kind viewer. So, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to await the count. We see more members of the public entering the House chambers. We see the ballot boxes being wheeled off of the van and being carted into or wheeled into the House chamber for the count by police officers. We can see election paraphernalia, election officials, and others assisting in the process, preparing for the count. The count is perhaps the most important election part of the election process. That is Ludianne Leverett Richardson, the returning officer for Sandy Hill, the returning officer for Valley South, Lorraine Gums. She's not presently in camera view. And that is Mr. Ricky Ruffin, electoral registration officer, one of the election officials from headquarters per se, dealing with the electoral boxes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we await.
This is the moment.
I don't remember what time in 2020 the first count.
I'm trying to recall.
I get the feeling that we are running a bit later this year.
We're certainly running a bit.
Yes, I think we are later this year than we were in 2020.
We certainly wrapped it up before midnight.
Yes, we're coming up to.
We did have even with the electronic.
Even with the electronic recount where the ballots were physically taken out of the bottom of the boxes and fed one by one into the machine. So we're coming up now to 10, a quarter to 10, and the count has not begun. There is Lorraine Gums, the returning officer for Valley South. Other election officials, the premier's wife, apparatchiks. Well, I believe that is a known supporter of the AUF there. I may be right. Sorry, I may or may not be wrong. There is Lloyd Gums, the election observers in white, 4 of them, and election officials there.
I think in total there are about 17 or 18 electronic tabulating machines. I think that was the total given to me by the Supervisor of Elections. So they all have to be placed right up where you are seeing them there on your screen. Up front.
We see Dylan Skeleke.
Dylan Skeleke is coming in there as well. He was the man last in 2020.
In 2020,
yes.
Both himself and Claymore Gums.
Yes.
And Keith, if you look at the center table, you can see 7 pouches.
And I think
7 electoral districts, and the results are in those pouches. Mr. Ray is seated at the table. I see Claymore has taken his seat on the speaker's.
So we should be ready any moment.
Yes, that is a monitor there. We see there's a gentleman to the left.
He is one of the officials from the manufacturers of the DS200 electronic tabulating machines
in order to make sure that everything goes right. He's accompanied by a lady as well.
Yes.
When I took my break, they were seated across there. They extend their compliments to you for that job well done.
Thank you very much. Yes, those are the officials there. Mr. Ray is there. He's looking down. He's making a note of something.
And so forth.
So we should be ready. We should get on the way anytime. And as I said, it's a very quick process. Once it starts, it goes through very, very quickly. We won't have time for much commentary, but just to be keeping up and doing the comparisons and looking at the numbers. They'll be posted up on the screen for everyone to see. So this is it now. This is the time.
Oh yes, this is the time for the politicians
to learn their fate. Yes.
People like you and I who are neutral
yes.
will simply accept the results for the results, and whatever it is, it is. I just got a message from somebody who said, I am nervous. So I indicated to the person to simply pray.
Yes, a lot of persons now will be on the edges of their seats.
They will be on the edge.
Except the 2 of them have gone to sleep.
Yes.
Some persons have told me, look, I won't be listening.
Or they cannot take it.
No, they certainly cannot take it. So it really is a lot of emotion going in here. I know some persons who will just turn away, just go to bed and wake up tomorrow morning.
Well, there will be no turning away from me.
And find out the results.
Yes.
So
the results are the results. Yeah. When you don't pour emotions into politics, as I indicated in one of my interviews, you can take a step back and accept the results as they are.
So Anguilla has a very great history. Elections and politics. We had the referenda, 2 of them going back 67, 69. The referendum separating Anguilla from St. Kitts and Nevis held on July the 11th of 1966.
The plebiscite.
The plebiscite, yes. The plebiscite. In 66. So Mr. Ray is here.
Over to him.
We go to him.
2025 general election results. But permit me to make a few brief remarks before we do so. We wish to thank the general public for the peaceful manner in which they exercised their franchise today. Our elections were indeed free and fair. This was an excellent example of a vibrant democracy, and we pray that as our nation continues to develop, we will hold fast to the tenets of a democratic way of life. The election process was free of violence. And again, Anguillians must be congratulated for this level of political maturity. The fact that we're here tonight is nothing short of a miracle too. A miracle performed by earthly beings in the person of this fantastic group of election officials, returning officers, presiding officers, and poll clerks that brought election off in, and 10, well, look, they're poll clerks too. That miracle was performed in just over 4 weeks. Yeah, you did a wonderful practice talking about that. So I'm very pleased with the level of teamwork, the commitment, and the love of country shown by this wonderful group of persons who assisted us, along with the staff of the Central Electoral Office. And I must commend the person who, she's not my wife, so I can't say my right hand, but she has been a right hand to me. I want Mrs. Maria Hughes to stand, because she has been the live wire in the Central Electoral Office. So Mrs. Hughes, you deserve to get a bow. So we begin the tabulating of the results of the election. We started 2020 with District 1, and we made a decision that we will follow that pattern again. We could have started with districts that were already here waiting, but some districts, I understand, had a heavy turnout, Lolo, and therefore it took them voting long after the 7 p.m. closing time. So we're at that point now where we'll begin the tabulating, and we begin with District 1, and assisting us, we have another excellent and dynamic team of young men and ladies from the Department of Information Technology and E-Government Services, DITES, and also our friends from our partner company in the United States who supplied these electronic tabulating machines, election systems and software. We have 2 of our colleagues here who will be assisting us in tabulating the results. We're in a class by ourselves, Anguilla, except for the British Virgin Islands and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Nobody around here got these. We are put in a class by ourselves. Turks and Caicos introduced them just 2 weeks ago, I believe, or 1 week ago. So, without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to call on the returning officer for District Number 1, Mr. Sanford Richardson, and he will take us to the results, assisted by our technicians. Thank you very much. Where are the scissors? The bags with the, what do you call them? The media sticks came in sealed and signed by the agents and the presiding officer, and we will now cut the seal, each bag one by one.
All right, good night, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sanford Richardson. I am the returning officer for the electoral district of Island Harbor, District Number 1. Momentarily, we will begin the announcements of the results for the general elections 2025, beginning with the district candidates and then the island-wide candidates.
At the close of polls, the tabulating machine would have printed the results on it. At the close of polls, once the presiding officer pressed close polls, the tabulating machine would automatically print a paper result of the votes obtained by each candidate. We are now putting that in the machine, which will then put on the screen, and the returning officer will read off that information before we put it on the big screen. We had a problem in 2020 where as we published the results, before the returning officer could announce by law the winner of the district seat, the people all over the world were celebrating. So we want to do it a little differently this year. The returning officer will announce the results, then we flash it on the public screens, then you can cheer. Understood? Taking a little time, but bear with us.
In 2020, it was
Commonwealth
the
Development Office. Yes.
preliminary voters list in 2020 was 11,950. I think that's the number.
And the number of registered voters in Island Harbor, 1,843.
Right.
3 polling stations, kindergarten and grade 1 block. That was for those with this, that was police station 1, surnames Abbott to Harrington, grade 2 block, polling station 2, surnames Harris to Romney, and IT lab building closest to the ocean was polling station 3, surnames Rosano to Young. So a total of 1,843 registered voters on the list in electoral district Island Harbor, which is to the easternmost tip of Anguilla, incorporating the areas of Welch's, parts of the Cops, Island Harbor proper, the Keys, Scrub, Silly to the extent that anybody lives there, and that is the area.
Yes.
Island Harbor, birthplace,
listed.
as they would say, of the Anguilla Revolution.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the official stats. In 2020, list of registered voters, 11,951.
In Island Harbor?
No, I'm looking at the overall list
Okay,
of
yes.
11,951.
Sorry, yes.
And in 2015, the list of registered voters in 2015 was 10,909.
The list continues to grow exponentially. And something will be done. And the debate shall begin.
This year, 2025, 12,548. 12,548. So we await, we are standing by. Again, we want to welcome listeners and viewers wherever you are to election night coverage here for the 2025 general election here in Rainbow City. Anguilla, consequential election, very, very important election.
Most important
Most
election
important, Carlisle has said, in Anguilla's history.
The GST election.
And Carlisle refers to it as the GST election. Certainly, many persons have been speaking about that in on the campaign trail, the various talk shows and social media. It's been all over the GST, what that means. But tonight we'll know exactly what the people who voted, their decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the permission of
District 1, we're
Supervisor of
starting there.
Election,
We are waiting.
we want to recognize the humane and invaluable work done this year by our local observers, led by the able Reed Simon. Is he still there? You need to get up and get your round of applause as we wait. Where are the other observers? Just stand and get your applause. Thank you. You need to take them because these are not so liberal these days, is it? Yeah. Still Tuesday, right?
Reading of the memory.
Yes, that is my,
interpretation.
non-technical interpretation of what's taking place. I'm just trying to figure that out as we await the official result for District Number 1, featuring Dr. Ellis Webster from the APM, Pam Webster, independent, Rod Smith from the AUF, and Keith Fabian, an independent candidate.
Well, it looks as if all three memory sticks are now inserted into the laptop. 3 polling stations, so 3 memory sticks. That should cause a display on the screen.
Yep.
And it comes up automatically.
Automatically, just pops up. So we await the first results. District Number 1, Island Harbor. Then we'll go to Sandy Hill. District Number 2.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as I promised a while ago, we begin the count for District Number 1. First, the district candidates. I present the totals received at each polling station for each of the candidates. Keith Fabian, polling station 1, 25 votes. Polling station number 2, 8 votes. Polling station number 3, 7 votes. Total of 40 votes. Claude Smith, polling station 1, 92. Polling station 2, 114. Polling station 3, 107. A total of 313 votes. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, polling station 1, 173. Polling station 2, 177. Polling station 3, 223, a total of 573 votes. Pamavan Webster, polling station 1, 39, polling station 2, 39, polling station 3, 37, a total of 115 votes. Based on our count, Mr. Lorenzo Webster is the winner of District Number 1. For our island-wide candidates, sorry. The display. Yeah.
Thing about the screen by the time we finish.
So should I go ahead?
You can go ahead.
For our island-wide candidates, and let me apologize if I pronounce any of the names incorrectly. Yusuf Abdul Ali, polling station 1, 5, polling station 2, 4, polling station 3, 2, total of 11. Jason Bryan, polling station 1, 127, polling station 2, 116, polling station 3, 115, a total of 358. Marvo Duncan Webster, polling station 1, 3, polling station 2, 7, polling station 3, 6, total of 16. Avanella Griffith, polling station 1, 6, polling station 2, 9, polling station 3, 6, a total of 21. Evans Gums, polling station 1, 9, polling station 2, 22, polling station 3, 17, a total of 48. Quincy Gums Marie, polling station 1, 170, polling station 2, 172, polling station 3, 205. Total, 547. Lanny Leo Hobson, polling station 1, 22, polling station 2, 25, polling station 3, 14, total of 61. Kenneth Hodge, polling station 1, 167, polling station 2, 167, polling station 3, 205, total of 539. Kyle Hodge, polling station 1, 155, polling station 2, 147, polling station 3, 150, a total of 452. Gilneva Hodge, polling station 1, 167, polling station 2, 165, polling station 3, 190, total of 522. Romel Hughes, polling station 1, 1. Polling Station 2, 9. Polling Station 3, 5. Total 15. Curtis Richardson. Polling Station 1, 31. Polling Station 2, 24. Polling Station 3, 20. Total of 75. Evans McNeil Rogers. Polling Station 1, 121. Polling Station 2, 122. Polling Station 3, 130. Total 373. Jose Vanterpool, Polling Station 1, 150. Polling Station 2, 145. Polling Station 3, 160. A total of 456. Arthlin Vanterpool, Polling Station 1, 169. Polling Station 2, 177. Polling Station 3, 214. A total of 560. It is my duty as returning officer to declare Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster of the Anguilla Progressive Party the duly elected representative for District Number 1, Island Harbor.
As we continue the tabulating of the results, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the returning officer for District Number 2, Sandy Hill, Miss Ludianne Leverett Richardson. Miss Leverett.
Good night. My name is Ludianne Leverett. Sorry. Better? My name is Ludianne Leverett Richardson. I am the returning officer for the electoral district of Sandy Hill, District Number 2. I now announce the results for the general elections 2025. I will begin with the district candidates and will follow with the island-wide candidates. District candidates: Cora Richardson Hodge, AUF, 436 votes. Lennox Vanta. Oh, sorry. Polling Station 1, 240 votes. Polling Station 2, 196 votes. That was for the total of 436 votes for Cora Richardson Hodge. Lennox Vanterpool, Anguilla Progressive Movement, Polling Station 1, 154 votes. Polling Station 2, 154 votes, for a total of 308 votes. The island-wide candidates: thank you. Yusuf Abdul Ali, Polling Station 1, 2 votes. Polling Station 2, 4 votes, for a total number of 6 votes. Jason Bryan, Polling Station 1, 207 votes. Polling Station 2, 170 votes. Total votes, 377 votes. Marvo Duncan Webster, Polling Station 1, 7 votes. Polling Station 2, 5 votes. Total votes, 12 votes. Avenella Griffith, Polling Station 1, 6 votes. Polling Station 2, 1 vote. Total votes, 7 votes. Evans Gums, Polling Station 1, 8 votes. Polling Station 2, 9 votes. Total votes, 17 votes. Quincia Gums Mary, polling station 1, 147 votes. Polling station 2, 141 votes. Total votes, 288 votes. Lanny Leo Hobson, polling station 1, 23 votes. Polling station 2, 17 votes. Total votes, 40 votes. Kenneth Hodge, polling station 1, 144 votes. Polling station 2, 143 votes. Total votes, 287 votes. Kyle Hodge, polling station 1, 237 votes. Polling station 2, 199 votes. Total votes, 436 votes. Gleneva Hodge, polling station 1, 135 votes. Polling station 2, 142 votes. Total votes, 277 votes. Romel Hughes, polling station 1, 4 votes. Polling station 2, 2 votes. Total votes, 6 votes. Curtis Richardson, polling station 1, 21 votes. Polling station 2, 24 votes. Total votes, 45 votes. Evans McNeil Rogers, polling station 1, 222 votes. Polling station 2, 181 votes. Total votes, 403 votes. Jose Vanterpool, polling station 1, 243 votes. Polling station 2, 200 votes. Total votes, 443 votes. Atlin Vanterpool, polling station 1, 146 votes. Polling station 2, 141 votes. Total votes, 287 votes. I'm sorry I didn't note the winner, but the winner of District 2, Sandy Hill, with a total of 436 votes, was Cora Richardson Hodge. As the returning officer for the electoral district of Sandy Hill, I hereby declare Cora Richardson Hodge of the Anguilla United Front as the duly elected representative of District 2, Sandy Hill.
The APM vote held up for the most part. Leonard got 308, Quincy Gums Marie got 288. That's just a fall off of 20 votes. Kenneth Hodge got 287, Atlin Vanderpool got 287, and Gleneva Hodge 277. So it's clear that the APM vote, the Anguilla Progressive Movement vote in District number 2, they voted en masse, en bloc, and the same thing held for the Anguilla United Front candidate and at-large candidates. The votes track each other, so there is a base. We know what the base for the Anguilla Progressive Movement is in number 2. It's about 300 and something votes, and we know what the base is for the Anguilla United Front, 400 and something votes, and remains to be seen what will happen in 2030 when the list, quote unquote, is cleaned up.
Yep.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 in, and now we await. I am not doing a running total as to who's in front or behind in terms of the number, in terms of the at large
numbers.
But they would be, obviously, the Anguilla United Front at large candidates have made up some ground coming out of District 1 in District number 2 with that convincing win from Mrs. Richardson Hodge, and now we move on to District number 3.
Yes,
Still all to play for all the parties, so everybody from both sides simply need to hold nerve.
Hold your nerves.
Hold your nerves, take a chill pill, relax, calm down.
Yes.
There's still a long way to go, 5 more districts, and all to play for.
So the total votes for 2020, comparatively speaking, for District 2, number of persons who voted was 627 out of a total registered voters of 1,053. So we've seen an increase there as well, Carlisle, in terms of
And
the total.
this year,
Coming out
744.
as
Well,
opposed to 627.
Yes, and the
in 2020.
elections were held under different
conditions. It
circumstances
was
and so forth.
time of COVID,
Time of COVID and
borders
so forth.
closed, and
Borders closed and everything. So
right.
remains to be seen. Well, the independent candidates are not faring well while it's still early days.
And the
I
other
would-
candidates from the Heart,
From the Heart,
or the Art,
The Art Party, Curtis Richardson,
45,
45, Ms.
42,
Dr. Hobson, 40,
Hobson.
Evan Gums, 17, Marvo Duncan, Webster, 12, Avanella Griffith, 7, Yusuf Abdul Ali, 6, and Romel Hughes, 6. So, while it is still early days, I think it is not debatable that to say at this early stage that it's highly unlikely that any of the art at large candidates, or any of the independent at large candidates are likely to win any of the at large seats, given the disparity between those on top and those underneath. So, for example, in 2020, in District number 2, Dr. Hobson got 148. Tonight he got 40. Gleneva Hodge went in the opposite direction. She got 30. Tonight she got 277. Otlin Vanderpool got 234. Tonight he got 287. Kenneth Hodge got 245. Tonight he got 287. Quincy Gums Marie got 245. She got 288. So the party candidates are way above the independent candidates. And while it is still early, I think I would not be going out on a limb if I would say, and I will say, that it's highly unlikely that any independent candidates or any of the art candidates at this stage is likely to win a seat at the at-large, from the at-large number.
Yeah, but
So
looking at the number spread already,
yes,
you can.
The spread is too.
The spread is too wide.
The spread is too wide for the gaps to be made up. It is clear that the voters are voting their parties, with some little sway, but within a very narrow range. Front voters are voting for the front. APM voters are voting for the APM, and ARC clearly does not have an electoral base. At least not in numbers 1 or 2.
Yes,
remains to be seen when we get down to 6, where Mr. Richardson is from, 4, where Mr. Gomes is from, and 5, where Mr. Romeo Hughes is from. Yeah. Whether things change, but Ms. Duncan Webster, who is from number 2, I believe, only managed to get 12, and the independents have been blown out.
So as it is now, it seems to be a clear fight between the two main political parties,
between the two main political parties.
Progressive Movement.
And Keith, you would remember
and
in one of my front. You remember in my last interview with you, you asked me the views on third parties, and I
whether or not
I indicated openly and without reservation that third parties don't, that traditionally third parties don't do well, and that trend continues this evening.
So we move to district number 3, Valley North. In 2020, we had a total of 2,180 registered voters. This is from 2020. The number of persons who voted in Valley North in 2020 was 1,376.
Okay.
So those are the numbers we'll be.
Well, we would expect a higher turnout this year.
We had an influx of persons coming in from overseas to vote in this general election. So clearly, we're going to expect the numbers to be much different this time around. There was a huge influx of persons coming in to vote in this general election. So we will expect the numbers to be up this time around. So we await the official results. So far, we've had 2 in. District 1, won by Dr. Ellis Webster, 573 votes. Pam Webster, 115. Claude Smith, 313. And Keith Fabian, 40. And Sandy Hill result coming in. Cora Richardson Hodge, the leader of the APM, being returned.
The leader of the Anguilla United Front.
United Front, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Being returned, 436. And Lennox Vanterpool, 308. And of course, the at-large candidates for the AUF, Jose Vanterpool, 443 in District 2. Kyle Hodge, 436. Neil Rogers, 403. And Jason Bryan, 377. In District 1, the at-large candidates, Otlin Vanterpool, 560. Quincy Agams Marie, 547. Kenneth Hodge, 539. And Gleneva Hodge, 522. That was in District 1. So again, we are seeing clearly voting down party lines, straight party lines. You're seeing the numbers, and you could see that clearly being borne out in the figures. So as it was in District 1, with Dr. Webster winning there, you saw the party line vote coming in there, with Cora Richardson Hodge being returned for the AUF in District 2, Sandy Hill. You're seeing the party lines coming through there as well with their at-large candidates. Their numbers are bumped up considerably. We await the results from District number 3.
Well, I think, Keith, both parties should, I would imagine, feel comfortable or confident at this stage. There has been no change of seats. Number 1 was held by APM, and number 1 is now being held by APM on an increased voter count. Number 2 was held by the Anguilla United Front, and it is now still being held by the Anguilla United Front, again with an increased vote count. So now we move on to number 3. So I would say that both parties have to feel comfortable at this point in time, and we see what happens next.
So this is going to be interesting. 3 and 4.
Yes, where the largest
very
number
large
of voters are, and 2 keenly contested
districts, and 2 keenly contested. In District 3, Valley North, Shelia Rogers Webster of the AUF, and Courtney Morton of the APM. And in District 4, to come, you've got Cordell Richardson of the AUF, Dean Kentish Rogers of the
Anguilla Progressive
APM.
Movement.
So those are the upcoming two districts that we'll be following, and the electorate will be following very closely to see
And
how that all pans out here.
It is worth noting that on the last occasion of a general election in district number 3, I will not speak of the by-election, because a by-election by definition is unique unto itself.
That's correct.
And we know that Mrs. Rogers Webster did extremely well in 2022 when she was first elected. I think I had done an interview with you, Keith, from abroad, and I indicated and I ran the numbers, and she basically matched. She came close to what Mr. Rogers had gotten 2 years before. Mr. Rogers won 697 votes in 2020. Mr. Morton won 657. And Mrs. Rogers Webster won close to 650 something. She was pretty close to what Mr. Rogers had gotten. And of course, Mr. Morton fell back badly. I don't think he got more than 300 votes. Of course, this was shortly after the implementation of GST, what happened in the House of Assembly.
We are about to
it is not debatable.
present the
APM was
tabulating of the results
on a back foot.
for district number
Getting ready
3.
for the official results in Valley North.
Valley North. But before we do that, permit me to introduce the returning officer for district number 3 in the person of Miss Laureen Bryan. Miss Bryan is a veteran in the conduct of elections in Anguilla. She has been a returning officer for more than 20 years. She told me she came in just after she left high school with Mr. Caldwell Petty, the then supervisor of elections. She had retired in 2020, but she willingly and sacrificially came out of retirement after the original returning officer, Mr. Von Lee Harris, had to be away on election day. We are extremely grateful for the services of Miss Laureen Bryan, and she added a lot of currency to the team. And we thank her very much as she goes back into retirement. Miss Bryan is the returning officer for Valley North.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laureen Bryan. I am the returning officer for the electoral district, district number 3, Valley North, in this year's general election. I will now give you the results, and I will begin with the district candidates, and I'll start with Mr. Courtney Morton. Polling station number 1, 114. Polling station number 2, 108. Polling station number 3, 127. And polling station number 4, 117. Mr. Courtney Morton obtained a total of 466 votes. The other candidate, Ms. Shelia Rogers Webster, polling station number 1, 239. Polling station number 2, 254. Polling station number 3, 165. And polling station number 4, 261. Ms. Shelia Rogers Webster amassed a total of 919 votes. The total, 919 votes. 919 votes. 19. I announce Michelle Rogers Webster as the winner of the District Number 3, Valley North. I now move to the island-wide candidates. Yusuf Abdul Ali, polling station number 1, 0. Polling station number 2, 2. Polling station number 3, 1. Polling station number 4, 3. A total of 6 votes. Jason Bryan, polling station number 1, 207. Polling station number 2, 217. Polling station number 3, 148. Polling station number 4, 222. A total of 794 votes. Marvel Duncan Webster, polling station number 1, 7. Polling station number 2, 2. Polling station number 3, 0. Polling station number 4, 1. A total of 10 votes. Avanella Griffith, polling station number 1, 12. Polling station number 2, 12. Polling station number 3, 7. Polling station number 4, 12. A total of 43 votes. Evans Gomes, polling station number 1, 20. Polling station number 2, 10. Polling station number 3, 5. Polling station number 4, 8. A total of 43 votes. Quincy Gomes Marie, polling station number 1, 112. Polling station number 2, 120. Polling station number 3, 120. Polling station number 4, 120. A total of 472 votes. Lanny Leo Hobson, polling station number 1, 16. Polling station number 2, 13. Polling station number 3, 11. Polling station number 4, 12. A total of 52 votes. Kenneth Hodge, polling station number 1, 107. Polling station number 2, 115. Polling station number 3, 125. Polling station number 4, 124. A total of 471 votes. Kyle Hodge, polling station number 1, 234. Polling station number 2, 248. Polling station number 3, 169. Polling station number 4, 251. A total of 902 votes. Gleneva Hodge, polling station number 1, 105. Polling station number 2, 108. Polling station number 3, 116. Polling station number 4, 119. A total of 448 votes. Romel Hughes, Polling station number 1, 15. Polling station number 2, 3. Polling station number 3, 4. Polling station number 4, 2. A total of 24 votes. Curtis Richardson. Polling station number 1, 29. Polling station number 2, 19. Polling station number 3, 18. Polling station number 4, 13. A total of 79 votes. Evans McNeil Rogers. Polling station number 1, 211. Polling station number 2, 227. Polling station number 3, 148. Polling station number 4, 239. A total of 825 votes. Jose Vanterpool. Polling station number 1, 219. Polling station number 2, 242. Polling station number 3, 169. Polling station number 4, 247. A total of 877 votes. Arthleen Vanterpool. Polling station number 1, 101 votes. Polling station number 2, 115 votes. Polling station number 3, 124 votes. Polling station number 4, 120 votes. A total of 460 votes. As the returning officer for the electoral district, district number 3, Valley North, I hereby announce Ms. Shelia Rogers Webster as the duly elected member of that district in 2025 general elections. Thank you.
The results coming in here. North, District number 3, Shelia Rogers Webster. For the district as a district candidate, 919 votes. And Courtney, that's up for the AUF. And Courtney Morton of the Anguilla Progressive Movement, 466. Kyle Hodge, 902, in terms of the at-large candidates for the AUF. Joseph Vanterpool, 877. Evans McNeil Rogers, 825. Jason Bryan, 794. Quincy Gums Marie, 472. Ken Hodge, 471. Arthleen Vanterpool, 460. And Gleneva Hodge, 448 for the Anguilla Progressive Movement. The numbers are in, Carlisle. And
Yes.
again, we are seeing the straight line voting.
Yes.
With the candidate taking along.
There is a straight line vote,
Yeah.
but the story of the night in the context of District number 3 is the huge gap which Mrs. Rogers Webster has over Courtney Morton. In 2020, Mr. Morton got 657 votes, and Mr. Rogers, who represented the Anguilla United Front that year, got 697. This year, Mr. Morton was only able to manage 466. That's like a drop-off of 200 votes, whereas Mrs. Rogers Webster was able to increase her vote total over Mr. Rogers from 2020 of over 200 and maybe 230, 240 votes. So the gap is wide. I would imagine that at this stage, the 4 AUF island-wide candidates are to be ahead on raw numbers.
On raw numbers, yes.
Raw numbers,
that is the case.
Ahead of the 4 island-wide candidates for the Anguilla Progressive Movement. The problem here that the Anguilla United Progressive Movement faces at this point, subject to change, but at this point, is that while they seem to have kept their numbers close to their performance in 2020, the huge increased margin that the front candidates are increased margins that the front candidates are getting is increasing their lead
Yep,
above the Anguilla Progressive.
that is quite clear from the numbers. But
having said all of that, District 4 is the largest voter base in Anguilla, not District 3. And District 4 is currently in the hands of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. I say that to say, not as a prediction, but as a possibility that the pendulum could swing back in the opposite direction when we get the results in District number 4.
And interestingly, Kyle Hodge, 902, that's an area, one of his ancestral area.
His father and grandparents on his father's side came
McNeil
from.
Rogers, again, he has those ties.
Yes.
Jose also has some ties in that
Yes,
area
in that
as well.
area.
So that is interesting
And
put into the mix.
And you
as well.
can see the strength of the AUF voter voting straight across the party line that Jason Bryan,
who, you can see that.
my limited information on the young man, I've seen him, never met him, never engaged him in conversation, but from my limited understanding, he would have no voter base. He would have no familial base
But again,
in number 3.
Right, but down
based on
straight
what I
party
know, but that
lines,
is a straight party line
Straight
vote.
party vote, you
Yes,
can
that's
see
a-
that
that
happening.
is a
And
straight-
we are seeing that
straight
pattern.
party
We are
vote,
seeing
yes.
that pattern, that where the district candidate
Yes.
comes out very strong and leads
Yes.
in that district, the at-large candidates
follow
in
closely.
line, and we are
In
seeing
fact-
that pattern develop.
In fact, what is interesting
Yeah.
here is that Courtney got, Mr. Moulton got 466 votes, while Quincy Gums Marie got 472.
472.
She got more votes out of number 3 than he did.
Right. And
Kenneth Hodge
471.
got 471. Artlin Vanderpool got 440. Gleneva Hodge got 448. Again,
And
Gleneva's
460.
Gleneva's ancestry also
Yes.
comes from
out
number
of
3.
Number 3 as well.
Now, looking at the performance of the Anguilla Progressive Movement candidates in 2020, Kyle Hodge got 619. Kenneth Hodge kept his base tremendously. He got 489 that year. This year, he got 471. That's respectable and close. Quincy Gums Marie got 471 last year. Last election. This year, she got 472.
Up by 1.
Up by 1. The other candidate from that time isn't running now. Gleneva Hodge got 108 the last time. This time, on the pure strength of being a party candidate, she got 440.
Yeah.
And
And just by way of the district numbers for 2020, in District 3, Valley North, in 2020, we had 2,180 registered voters, and the number of persons who voted in 2020 in Valley North, 1,376. And those figures would have gone up significantly. Again, you have to factor in the
overseas voters.
influx
The influx
of overseas voters or
yes.
so-called tourist voters, and the contentious issue that has created, the amount of talking point that has
Yes.
created, and will continue
Yes.
to generate. So that is certainly going to come into the mix as well.
Well, as of now, there's still all to play for. The Anguilla United Front supporters must be elated with this result, and rightfully so. I take no issue with their elation. There may be some despondency in the camp of the Anguilla Progressive Movement, given the collapse of Mr. Moulton's vote from 657 in 2020 to 466. Now, they should take a little comfort in the close tracking and the holding of their votes in comparison to how they performed in 2020, but they must be concerned of the increasing gap that the Anguilla United Front has at this point in time, but they can pin their hopes on the fact that district number 3, while being large, is not the largest.
So
And
we
the
could-
largest one is number 4, which they currently control. And so it remains to be seen if in number 4 they're able to claw back some of the gains. That would depend on whether or not Mr. Richardson's vote holds up to Mr. Banks's vote, which was 755 back then, compared to 861 for Ms. Kentish Rogers, or whether Mr. Richardson suffers a collapse of his vote. Suffers a collapse in the AUF vote in a similar manner to what Mr. Moten has suffered in number 3. So still all to play for, Keith, at this.
Yes, indeed, all to play for still.
7 minutes past 11.
7 after 11.
Mr. Ray will owe us an apology. He has not kept his word. And
So-
we will likely go after midnight.
Certainly. So let's look at District 4, Valley South, 2020 statistics. In 2020, the number of registered voters in Valley South, District 4, was 2,660. The number of persons voting in District 4 in 2020, 1,663.
Yes. I expect a greater turnout
And
this year.
we certainly expect those numbers to go a lot higher
And
this year.
there are about 200 more voters on the voting roll on the voters list this year than there were last year. District 3 has a total of 2,837 voters. 837 voters.
Right.
So it remains to be seen what happens now in District 4. Keenly contested between Ms. Kentish Rogers and Mr. Richardson.
So we have Dean Kentish Rogers of the APM, an incumbent, and newcomer Cordell Richardson, the two persons contesting for the electoral seat in Valley South District 4. So we've got 3 in already, and we are going now into District number 4, still to come District 5, 6, and rounding out with District 7.
And Keith, I just got a message indicating that the public, at least one member of the viewing public, would like to see what's happening in the House of Assembly. And there we are.
There we are.
See Miss Lorraine Gums, returning officer for District 4 in the hot seat per se. Claremont Gums, Alran Webster, and Dylan Skillicky manning the 4 memory sticks that will go into the laptop to announce the fate of the candidates in District number 4.
So we are standing by for that. Still a number of persons in the public gallery here.
The night is weighing on. I can see tired faces.
I could
That
see
has
some
been a
tired
long-
faces. I see
It's
some
been a long
persons just-
day, but there's still all to play for.
Still seeing Ellis Webster, Dr. Webster, and his wife,
And the
still
former
in
speaker.
the chamber, the former speaker, Barbara Webster Bourne.
And some APM apparatchiks.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of those persons in the gallery.
Well, there's some front supporters on that side as well
All right, so we're getting ready for
the results.
the results coming out from District number 4, Valley South. Dean Kentish Rogers of the APM and Cordell Richardson of the AUF. This, as we've been telling our listeners and viewers, is the largest district. And in fact, this has created some talk as well, Carlisle, about the whole delimitation.
Well, the boundaries
the
do need to
boundaries
be
revision. They have not
realigned.
been realigned since 1972. That's over
And I
50
read in
years.
doing my research that Mr. Pettin noted
And he noted that
the
in his
19
reports.
yes, and the 19 these boundaries, which were formally adopted in 1972, had been used for some sort of election in 1968.
Yes.
Yes, I read that.
I came across that bit of information
yes,
as well.
Yes, they had been used in 1968. They were given full legal effect in 1972.
So Valley South, we are expecting the results coming up here shortly. And we'll await those. And again, we want to welcome persons who are viewing and listening down the line in the other neighboring islands, in the UK, the United States, Canada, Virgin Islands, for sure, St. Martin just next door. We've been getting your comments, and we want to thank you for the tidbits that you've been sending in. It's good to know that you are viewing and listening and enjoying the broadcast tonight. All right, so 1,385 have voted for district candidates, 60%.
We now go to Mr. Ray.
We continue the tabulating of the results. We hope we can get you home by 12 midnight. I'm pleased to introduce you to the returning officer for Valley South. She is Miss Lorraine Gums, returning officer for Valley South. Miss Gums.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Good night. I am Lorraine Gums, and I'm the returning officer for the electoral district Valley South, district number 4. The results are as follows. For the district candidates, we have Deanne Kentish Rogers, polling station 1, 175 votes, polling station 2, 219 votes, polling station 3, 195 votes, polling station 4, 167 votes, with a total of 756 votes. Mr. Cardell Richardson, polling station 1, 271 votes, polling station 2, 224 votes, polling station 3, 218 votes, polling station 4, 238 votes, with a total of 951 votes. The winner of district number 4, Valley South, is Mr. Cardell Richardson, with a total of 951 votes. I will now announce the island-wide candidates. Yusuf Abdul Ali, polling station 1, 6 votes, polling station 2, 1, polling station 3, 0, polling station 4, 6, with a total of 13 votes. Jason Bryan, polling station 1, 242 votes, polling station 2, 195, polling station 3, 200, polling station 4, 223, with a total of 860. Marvo Duncan Webster, polling station 1, 4, polling station 2, 9, polling station 3, 6, and polling station 4, 2, with a total of 21. Avanella Griffith, polling station 1, 11, polling station 2, 18, polling station 3, 13, polling station 4, 15, with a total of 57. Evans Gums, polling station 1, 31, polling station 2, 49, polling station 3, 23, polling station 4, 21, with a total of 124 votes. Quincy Gums Marie, polling station 1, 158 votes. Polling station 2, 186, polling station 3, 168, polling station 4, 141, with a total of 653 votes. Lanny Leo Hobson, polling station 1, 15, polling station 2, 44, polling station 3, 19, polling station 4, 21, with a total of 99 votes. Kenneth Hodge, polling station 1, 158, polling station 2, 173, polling station 3, 169, polling station 4, 140, with a total of 640 votes. Kyle Hodge, polling station 1, 279. Polling Station 2, 241. Polling Station 3, 230. Polling Station 4, 255, with a total of 1,005 votes. Gleneva Hodge. Polling Station 1, 156. Polling Station 2, 185. Polling Station 3, 157. Polling Station 4, 134, with a total of 632 votes. Romel Hughes. Polling Station 1, 9. Polling Station 2, 13. Polling Station 3, 11. Polling Station 4, 4, with a total of 37 votes. Curtis Richardson. Polling Station 1, 26. Polling Station 2, 44. Polling Station 3, 39. Polling Station 4, 28, with a total of 137 votes. Evans McNeil Rogers. Polling Station 1, 259 votes. Polling Station 2, 189. Polling Station 3, 202. Polling Station 4, 229, with a total of 865 votes. Jose Vanterpool. Polling Station 1, 275. Polling Station 2, 231. Polling Station 3, 222. Polling Station 4, 250, with a total of 978 votes. Arthlin Vanterpool. Polling Station 1, 141. Polling Station 2, 166. Polling Station 3, 155. Polling Station 4, 130, with a total of 592 votes. As the returning officer for the electoral district of Valley South, I hereby declare Mr. Cordell Richardson of AUF as the duly elected member of District Number 4 in this 2025 general election.
Rogers. Ms. Rogers got 756. And the last occasion, Ms. Rogers got 861. We see that Kyle Hodge continues to exceed expectations, or his appeal seems to be carrying on. We see that last time he got 781. This year he got 1,005, even 50-something or close to 60 votes more than Mr. Richardson. We see Joseph Vanterpool got 978. Evans McNeil Rogers 865. And it looks as if the strong show of unity across the plains in terms of the vote may bring Jason Bryan into the House of Assembly as we look at these numbers right now. So the front must be in elation. To the victors go the spoils. My heartiest congratulations to the front. I don't think it's too early to say that. And my deepest commiserations to others. I don't think it is a stretch to say that we can all see which direction the wind is blowing this morning. Yeah. Well, sorry, this evening in getting close to the morning. Keith?
Getting close to the morning, yes. But certainly you can see again across straight line party votes playing out here where the candidate, the district candidate, picking up a win, and it follows clearly down the line that people would have voted along strict party lines, not crossing their votes at all, and we are seeing again that pattern played out here tonight. So clearly looking at the trend and the numbers which are here in front of us, you can clearly see where it's going, that the AUF seem very much on course to be the next government here in Anguilla. That is very clear from the numbers
Keith, it doesn't take
that we are seeing.
It doesn't take a blind man to see what is taking place. The APM candidates have all underperformed Miss Kentish Rogers, and it is clear that her decision to stay within the party has cost her her political career. Politics is not for the faint-hearted, and to the victor goes the spoils. Heartiest congratulations and deepest commiserations to those who will be unsuccessful this evening.
Well, and certainly there was a concerted effort, targeted her directly.
Yes, directly.
And there are a number of individuals, some prominent individuals, some not so prominent individuals.
That is the game, and
she was targeted, and full force, everything was thrown at her, even her criticism, even the criticisms of her on the campaign trail, in local media as well. Social media was, so you could see there was a barrage of attack. There was she was clearly targeted.
Well, obviously the front supporters are over the moon this evening
as we speak. This is the individual we wanted to get at, you know.
Yes. Well, it was, I suppose it was this year's version of we must get rid of Victor.
Yes. So it's just
we must get rid of.
And as you said, the GST again by persons, by some persons coming back into the fore again. So it's very much like we have to get rid of
it.
Victor.
Is what it is, and
it's just spun around this time around. Right, so that is it. So Cordell Richardson, the new candidate here, a new candidate for the AUF in district number 4, very, very large district. In 2020, you had some 2,660 registered voters. Voting in 2020, 1,663. Incidentally, Carl, I got a note from someone asking about if we've seen or heard anything about spoiled ballots. And
so far I haven't heard anything.
In the 2020 elections, we had 372 spoiled ballots, but I'm not seeing anything now. So the results for Road North.
We continue, ladies and gentlemen,
about to be announced.
Tabulating of the results for district number 5. And our returning officer is Miss Erica Edwards. Miss Edwards is a lawyer by profession, and we have benefited from her legal, legal advice during the training over the past 3 or 4 weeks. Miss Edwards.
Good night. I am Erica Edwards, returning officer for electoral district number 5, Road North, in this year's general election. I now announce the results of the district candidates. They are as follows. Mr. Davon Carty, polling station number 1, 138 votes. Polling station number 2, 168 votes, for a total of 306 votes. Mr. Merrick Richardson, polling station 1, 171 votes. Polling station 2, 168 votes, with a total of 339 votes. Mr. Aristo Richardson, polling station 1, 27, polling station 2, 24, for a total of 51 votes. The winner of District 5, Road North, is Mr. Merrick Richardson, with a total of 339 votes. The island-wide candidates for Road North are as follows. The results: Youssef Abdul Ali, polling station 1, 3, polling station 2, 4. Jason Bryan, Yusuf Abdul Ali, total 7. Jason Bryan, polling station 1, 124 votes. Polling station 2, 163 votes, for a total of 287 votes. Marvo Duncan Webster, polling station 1, 9, polling station 2, 8, total votes 17. Avanella Griffith, polling station 1, 10, polling station 2, 11, total votes 21. Evans Gums, polling station 1, 24, polling station 2, 21, total votes 45. Quincia Gums Marie, polling station 1, 160, polling station 2, 156, for a total of 316 votes. Lanny Leo Hobson, polling station 1, 18, polling station 2, 11, for a total of 29 votes. Kenneth Hodge, polling station 1, 156, polling station 2, 150, for a total of 306 votes. Kyle Hodge, polling station 1, 176 votes, polling station 2, 193 votes, for a total of 369 votes. Gleneva Hodge, polling station 1, 149 votes, polling station 2, 156 votes, for a total of 305 votes. Romel Hughes, polling station 1, 40, polling station 2, 25, for a total of 65 votes. Curtis Richardson, polling station 1, 45, polling station 2, 42, for a total of 87 votes. Evans McNeil Rogers, polling station 1, 124, polling station 2, 160, for a total of 284 votes. Jose Vanterpool, polling station 1, 157, polling station 2, 194, for a total of 351 votes. Arthlin Vanterpool, polling station 1, 152, polling station 2, 149, for a total of 301 votes. As the returning officer for the electoral district of Road North, District 5, I hereby declare that the duly elected representative for the electoral district of Road North is Mr. Merrick Richardson of the Anguilla United Movement. Sorry, Anguilla Progressive Move. My apologies. I don't know. It passed my bedtime.
Going into the new House of Assembly, Dr. Webster in number 1, and Merrick Richardson in number 5, having just lost Deanne Kentish Rogers in number 4. And so a little, I wouldn't say consolation prize, but a little respite after that, those devastating results that Anguilla Progressive Movement suffered just now. It's very interesting to look at the totals. Keith, Merrick got 339. Devon got 306. And on the last occasion, Merrick got 386, and Everly Bradley, who ran for the front that year, got 238, and Romel Hughes, who was a candidate, got 81.
Interestingly, you look at Kyle Hodge.
Yes, Kyle has this appeal. He got 30 more votes in number 5 than Merrick got. Jose got more votes than him as well.
Yeah, 351.
Quincy Gunsbury came close. Kenneth Hodge came close as well. Glenifer fell back. Artland fell back. Jason, I suppose, lesser known, fell back. McNeil Rogers, 284. But the gap isn't that great as of now. My head calculations, given the blowout that was suffered by the APM in District 3
and 4,
followed by a collapse and utter defeat in number 4, would put the 4 Anguilla Progressive Movement candidates behind, and it's likely that the 4 Anguilla United Front candidates at large are likely to be elected. Again, heartiest congratulations to Mr. Richardson and all the other victors, and deepest commiserations to those who have suffered political defeat. But that's the game you played, and therefore you live with the consequences of it. And it's a glorious night for democracy in Anguilla. Vox populi, Vox Dei, the voice of the people is the voice of God. And the voice of God is speaking, and we must listen.
District number 6.
So now we await another big one, one that I know is close. That I was told is close.
Total
District
registered
6.
voters in 2020 in District 6, Road South, 1,967. Number of persons who voted in 2020 in District 6, 1,279. So the candidates there: Hayden Hughes, the incumbent of the APM, Patrick Martinborough from the AUF, and Mary Connor from the ART, Anguilla Reliable Team. So 3 candidates in this one, District number 6, Road South, and then we'll go to the final one, District 7, West End.
Yes, and obviously, just getting back to number 4, Ms. Kentish Rogers has paid the ultimate price for the GST vote. Sad way to end a political, well, I'm assuming political career has ended, ended as of now.
As of now.
One can always come back. After all, Donald Trump has made the greatest comeback in U.S. political
always a comeback.
History. But as of now, a political career cut short, a flaming star, Icarus, flying too close to the sun, Greek or Roman mythology.
Yes.
Flying too close to the sun, with wings made of wax. The heat from the wax melted the wings, and Icarus fell to earth. But there's always a comeback.
Yes.
And so now we go to number 6. Politics is a dirty old game. It's a rough game. It's not for the faint of heart. You enter it, you must accept the consequences. There will be many supporters.
Well, you put dirty in it. Politics.
Well, okay, all right.
Is a game.
Politics is a game. I'll scrap that. But there will be many people very elated this evening.
It's not
very
dirty.
despondent.
For some people, it's not dirty.
Yes. But tears cometh at night, but joy cometh in the morning. And often it is said, don't cry for those who are going. What it is? Don't cry for those who are going. Cry for those who are
coming.
It remains to be seen. So congratulations. I don't think I'm being premature when I extend those congratulations to the next Premier of Anguilla, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, first female Premier. Heartiest congratulations to her on her achievement. Deepest commiserations to all those who have lost. And this is the power of democracy. I was neutral before, I'm neutral now, and I'll be neutral tomorrow between the parties.
So we await the results from District number 6, Road South. Again, just looking at the 2020 data, 1,967 registered voters, number of persons voting in 2020, 1,279. So we'll wait and see what happens in district number 6. 3 candidates: Hayden Hughes of the APM incumbent, Pat Martin-Burrow from the AUF, and Mary Connor from the ART, the Anguilla Reliable Team. Then we'll round out with district number 7, West End, where the 2 candidates there, Jamie Hodge for the APM and Cardigan Connor for the AUF. So tonight we've seen wins for the APM in number 1, wins for the AUF in 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
And a win for the APM in the person of Merrick Richardson in district number 5, Road North. So we're coming now to Road South, district number 6. So we await those results. They'll be out very soon. I see Daphne Jacobs Richardson is the returning officer there in District 6. Again, Carlisle, no, we haven't seen anything on the monitor of any ballots. As
No,
I
we
said,
haven't.
In 2020, we had 300.
Well, obviously the newness of the system and so forth.
I think we're almost ready now.
Yes.
Daphne Jacobs Richardson is there, alongside the Supervisor of Elections,
Mr. Ray.
Rodney Ray.
This is the big one. I suppose lots of hearts are fluttering in the Anguilla Progressive Movement camp this evening, but whole strain, I would say, for all parties.
So this
is what it is.
This is it. Mrs. Jacobs Richardson will be
3 polling stations. in
3
number.
polling stations, yes.
But this is a relative. The number of voters in district number 4.
In 4.
Sorry, in 6.
In 6. So we got to look at
6. 2,085.
Yes.
Not bad.
2,085.
Yeah.
In 2020, it was 1,967
Oh, okay.
registered voters.
Okay.
In 2020, so we've seen a slight bump.
We'll see what the
in that.
turnout is.
So we are waiting that for you. But again, clearly the AUF in terms of the at-large candidates.
Oh yes, I would say the at-large candidates are way ahead.
Way ahead of
way ahead. They got a huge boost in number 3, and then I would venture to say that number 4 would have taken them over the top. So it is what it is.
So the bump in 3 into 4.
Oh yes, definitely has benefited them greatly.
Benefited them significantly. So we await the results from
number
this
6.
Number 6. Then we go finally to District 7, West End, to round things out.
To round things out and to hear the final echoes of the voice of God, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Voice of God, the voice of the people is the voice of God.
12,548 registered voters as per the preliminary list.
Yes.
For 2025. In 2020, the preliminary list on polling day was 11,951, and in 2015 it was just about 10,000, and a little over 10,000 in 2015. So I think we are almost ready. Daphne Jacobs Richardson is just about ready to make the call in district number 6, Road South. Just about 20 minutes now, 19 minutes I make it before the midnight hour. 19 minutes before midnight.
We continue, ladies and gentlemen,
6th.
with the presentation of the
election night
tabulating of the results for district number 6, Road South. I am very, very pleased to introduce to you our returning officer, Mrs. Daphne Jacobs Richardson. She is a teacher by profession and also a veteran of elections in Anguilla. Because she's a teacher and a successful one at that, she has a very keen eye for detail. And she coordinated most of the training, not only for her team, but also for the entire 7 teams rather. In the time we were given to prepare for this election, we could not have done it without the invaluable contribution of teacher Daphne Jacob. I turn you over into the capable hands of teacher Daphne Jacob Richards.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen, students. I am Daphne Jacobs Richardson, the returning officer for District 6, Road South, in this general election 2025. 2025. I will now announce the results for the single-member electoral district. So the candidates in that district, that's District 6. Mary Connor, polling station 1, 27. Polling station 2, 16. Polling station 3, 19, with a total of 62 votes. Mr. Hayden Hughes, polling station 1, 260 votes. Polling station 2, 283 votes. Polling station 3, 239 votes, for a total of 792 votes. Patrick Maddenborough, Mr. Patrick Maddenborough. Polling station 1, 106 votes. Polling station 2, 129 votes. Polling station 3, 111 votes, for a total of 351 votes. The winner of District 6 Road South is Mr. Hayden Hughes. We now move on to the single island-wide member district. Abdul Ali, so that's Yusuf Abdul Ali. Sorry about this, the print is pretty small for my eyes. Polling station 1, 3 votes. Polling station 2, this one, 11 votes. Polling station 3, 8 votes, with a total of 22 votes. Jason Bryan, polling station 1, 96 votes. Polling station 2, 117 votes. Polling station 3, 121 votes, for a total of 334 votes. Marva Duncan Webster, polling station 1, 15 votes. Polling station 2, 12 votes. Polling station 3, 17 votes, for a total of 44 votes. Avanella Griffith, polling station 1, 21 votes. Polling station 2, 16 votes. Polling station 3, 13 votes, for a total of 52 votes. Evan Gums. Polling station 1, 34 votes. Polling station 2, 33 votes. Polling station 3, 35 votes, for a total of 102 votes. Quincy Gums Marie. Polling station 1, 218 votes. Polling station 2, 256 votes. Polling station 3, 197 votes, for a total of 671 votes. Lani Leo Hobson. Polling station 1, 23 votes. Polling station 2, 25 votes. Polling station 3, 12 votes, for a total of 60 votes. Kenneth Hodge. Polling station 1, 218 votes. Polling station 2, 256 votes. Polling station 3, 199 votes, for a total of 673 votes. Kyle Hodge. Polling station 1, 148 votes. Polling station 2, 164 votes. Polling station 3, 147 votes, for a total of 459 votes. Gleneva Hodge. Polling station 1, 210 votes. Polling station 2, 254 votes. Polling station 3, 191 votes, for a total of 655 votes. Romel Hughes. Polling station 1, 20. Polling station 2, 16. Polling station 3, 31 votes, for a total of 67. Curtis Richardson. Polling station 1, 112 votes. Polling station 2, 94 votes. Polling station 3, 100 votes, for a total of 306 votes. Evans McNee Rogers. Polling station 1, 96 votes. Polling station 2, 105 votes. Polling station 3, 104 votes, for a total of 305 votes. Joseph Vanterpool. Polling station 1, 135 votes. Polling station 2, 141 votes. Polling station 3, 123 votes, for a total of 399 votes. Artlin Vanterpool. Polling station 1, 198 votes. Polling station 2, 241 votes. Polling station 3, 181 votes, for a total of 620 votes. As the returning officer of District 6, Road South, I hereby declare the duly elected member for the electoral district of Road South as Mr. Hayden Hughes. And I must apologize for squinting a bit because my body is a bit tired. So it's like my eyes not focusing so much. I've been on the move for the last 3 to 4 weeks when they announced the elections. Thanks to my overall team. Appreciate it.
The fact that by all signs, even with this increase in the spread of the vote between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Martinborough, the spread is narrowed when you look at the at-large candidates. And I am not sure, I haven't run all of the numbers yet. Obviously, in this district, the APM at-large candidates have made up some ground. They have made up some ground. For example, Jason Bryan is down at 334. Kenneth Hodge is up at 673. Quincy Gums Marie at 671. Gleneva Hodge at 655. Otland Vanderpool at 620. Jose Vanderpool fell back to 399, although he's above Patrick Martinborough. Kyle overperforms that unique appeal that he has, seems to be carrying sway in number 6. He got over 108 votes. He got 108 votes more than his party's standard bearer there. Evans McNeil Gums, who would have gotten a major boost in numbers 3 and 4, has fallen back to 305. Yes. So obviously somebody I know, obviously the electoral officials are calculating the numbers. I may be wrong, but I still think the Anguilla United Front at-large candidates are ahead, and so forth. So an excellent result for Mr. Hayden Hughes. We now go finally to number 7.
District 7.
Oh, and by the way, Mr. Hughes increased his margin from 727 to 792.
792.
Patrick underperformed, Mr. Martinborough underperformed Curtis Richardson. Curtis Richardson got 540. Patrick
Returning
Martinborough
officer
got
for
351.
district number 7,
We go
Miss
to the last
Javon
district.
Vanterpool.
District.
Please welcome Miss Javon Vanterpool.
Good night, everyone. I am Javon Vanterpool, returning officer for District Number 7, West End. The results are as follows for the district candidates. Cardigan Connor, polling station 1, 194. Polling station 2, 184, with a total number of votes 378. 378. Jamie Hodge, polling station 1, 148. Polling station 2, 161, with a total of 309 votes. Kevin Pickering Myers, polling station 1, 1. Polling station 2, 3, with a total of 4 votes. The winner of District 7, West End, is Mr. Cardigan Connor, with a total of 378 votes. The results for the island-wide candidates. The results for the island-wide candidates for District 7, West End, are as follows. Yusuf Abdul Ali, polling station 1, 1. Polling station 2, 3, with a total of 4 votes. Jason Bryan, polling station 1, 175. Polling station 2, 177, with a total of 352 votes. 352. Marvo Duncan Webster, polling station 1, 2. Polling station 2, 3, with a total of 5 votes. Avanella Griffith, polling station 1, 2.
Polling Station 2, 8, with a total of 10 votes. Evan Gums, Polling Station 1, 6, Polling Station 2, 16, with a total of 22 votes. Quincia Gums Marie, Polling Station 1, 148, Polling Station 2, 150, with a total of 298 votes. Lenny Leo Hobson, Polling Station 1, 16, Polling Station 2, 13, with a total of 29 votes. Kenneth Hodge, Polling Station 1, 140, Polling Station 2, 143, with a total of 283 votes. Kyle Hodge, Polling Station 1, 188, Polling Station 2, 191, with a total of 379 votes. Gleneva Hodge, Polling Station 1, 156, Polling Station 2, 159, with a total of 307 votes. Romel Hughes, Polling Station 1, 2, Polling Station 2, 5, with a total of 7 votes. Curtis Richardson, Polling Station 1, 21, Polling Station 2, 30, with a total of 51 votes. Evans McNeil Rogers, Polling Station 1, 164, Polling Station 2, 158, with a total of 322 votes. Jose Vanterpool, Polling Station 1, 188, Polling Station 2, 180, with a total of 368 votes. Arthlin Vanterpool, Polling Station 1, 137, Polling Station 2, 129, with a total of 266 votes. As the returning officer of District 7 West End, I hereby declare that the duly elected member of the electoral district of West End is Mr. Cardigan Connor of the Anguilla United Front.
We still have the tabulating of the results for the island-wide candidates. I got to announce it first. Don't go to there first.
Supermajority.
Supermajority in the House of Assembly.
House of Assembly.
Congratulations to the Anguilla United Front. Congratulations to Mrs. Cora Richardson Hodge on becoming Anguilla's first female premier. Deepest commiserations to the Anguilla Progressive Movement. And tomorrow is another day. Life continues. And those of us who don't get hung up on politics and politicians will get on with our lives and leave the politicians get on with theirs.
I don't have the,
as was my custom before.
okay, so yes.
I will limit what I said.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I limited what I said in the past. I will limit
ladies
what I say
and
in the
gentlemen,
future and wish everybody
we are
best
still in
of
court.
luck and God bless.
I will just announce the top 4 candidates in the island-wide district election. Kyle Hodge amassed a total of 4,002 votes. Joseph Vanterpool totaled 3,872 votes. Evans McNeil Rogers amassed a total of 3,377 votes. And last but by no means least, in the top 4, we have Jason Bryan scoring a total of 3,362 votes. I am pleased as the returning officer for the island-wide district to announce that the 4 candidates elected for the island-wide district are Kyle Hodge, Joseph Vanterpool, Evans McNeil Rogers, and Jason Bryan. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
The people have spoken.
The people have
and
surely
we have
spoken.
To
and we have to respect
the
the will
voice
of the people
and the
voice
will
of the people.
of the people. So congratulations to all the winners,
and commiserations to all the losers.
To all the losers. So congratulations to Mrs. Cora Richardson Hodge, who will become the first female premier of Anguilla, to all the other members, the at-large members, Kyle Hodge, Joseph Vanterpool, McNeil Rogers, and Jason Bryan, for coming out on top in the at-large candidates. To Dr. Webster, leader of the APM, winning in District 1, in District 5, Merrick Richardson, and in District 6, Hayden Hughes. So we want to thank you all for joining us on the broadcast here tonight. Carlisle Rogers, thank you for coming and cheering. Thanks to all the folks who sent us notes and kept us up to speed and kept us on track, because 1 or 2 times we went off providing some information that was off the ball, and they quickly pointed it out to us. So we enjoyed bringing the broadcast to you this night. To all our listeners and viewers, thank you so very much. Well, I am Keith Stonegrave saying bye-bye from the House of Assembly, Speaker's office, bringing you the coverage.
And I'll just end by saying that tomorrow morning at some point, Her Excellency the Governor will call on the leader of the Anguilla United Front, Mrs. Cora Richardson Hodge, to form a government in the name of His Majesty the King.
That's correct.
In ancient times, it was called the kissing of hands, which is an audience with the sovereign, at which point the sovereign invited the Prime Minister to form a government in his or her name. So tomorrow at some point, Mrs. Cora Richardson Hodge will be summoned to Government House. We don't call it kissing of hands here, but to be formally appointed Premier, and she will appoint her cabinet ministers, and life will go on, and Mr. Hayden Hughes, Ms. Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, and Mr. Merrick Richardson will go over to the opposition benches, and I think if I know Mr. Hughes well, he's going to cherish being the role of opposition. And so That's it, Keith. It has been a pleasure and
Certainly
honor.
has been a
Definitely
pleasure.
an
Certainly has
honor
been a pleasure.
to be able to join you in this. And now, at least my life continues, and I'll leave the politicians get on with theirs. Good night, and thanks for all those who sent comments and everything. And best of luck to everybody. And I end by saying, God bless Anguilla.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, from me, Keith Stonegraves, on behalf of Carlisle Rogers, who provided the commentary, the assessments, the analysis this evening, with the congratulations to the Anguilla United Front political party for winning the 2025 general election with a split of winning 8 of the seats, and then we had 3 from the APM. All right, so this is where we'll be leaving it for tonight. Certainly we'll be hearing from the new leader here in Anguilla, first female premier of Anguilla, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, as she takes over the mantle from Dr. Ellis Webster. And all of that will commence tomorrow when she will be called in to meet with the governor. Then she'll be assembling her cabinet. The slate of ministerial appointments and all of that will take place. So the next few days, we'll be very, very busy.
Yes,
Again,
very excellent.
Thank you so very much for joining us.
You'll be very busy, Keith. I'll get back to my day job. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so very much, and have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Turn it off. It looks as if